Here.
Director Stump.
Present.
President Dooley.
Here.
Director Dean.
Here.
And Director Adams.
Here.
I would like to open at this time for public comment. Members of the public may address the board on any non-agendized item. The public is encouraged to work through staff to place items on the agenda for board considerations. No action can be taken on matters not listed on the agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Now, I don't assume that we have anybody here to make any comments other than what we're here to consider on the rate. But if there is any public comment having nothing to do with what else we have on the agenda, I'll open it up. Are there any who wants to make comments?
I do.
Okay, Pete?
Yes, it's not on the agenda, folks. I want to state it for the record that I resent the violation of the Brown Act by requiring people to sign in to speak. It's not on the agenda, sir. It's a straight out and out violation of the Brown Act that if anybody wants to speak, they have to sign in. It's stated specifically in the Brown Act, you are not required to sign in. So that is a violation. You're trying to control these folks' ability and the right to speak. Thank you. Just for the record, everybody knows. Right off the bat, folks.
Mr. President, I'm not going to make a comment back, but for the process of the meeting, we have asked people that want to make comments in the public hearing portion to sign in. That's the process that's going to be for the sequence of the meeting. Following those people that actually signed up, I'm sure the President will say, are there any other folks that would like to make a comment? And that would be a time for those people that didn't prefer to sign in to make their comments, and so ultimately, like the meeting that way.
Yes, sir.
This is not an agendized item either. Have some questions concerning the board. When was Copper Cove assumed or absorbed into the CCWD? What year?
This is for comments only.
This is, and questions. Am I wrong? There's no questions involved in this? I can't ask you a question about when Copper Cove.
You can ask us, we can maybe address it after the meeting, but we can't during the meeting. You know, on a one-on-one level.
Well, it's pertinent to everything that's going on here.
Well, then ask it during the meeting.
Okay. Copper Cove, from all I can understand, was absorbed into the CCWD with evaluations that were lacking in what was required to bring that up to a level that would have been acceptable for water product and wastewater product. That's my assumption. I'm still investigating everything that's going on. Also, Ebbets Pass and Wallace Person. What I need to find out, and I will find out through the archives, I guess, is what I'm going to have to do, is why $11 million is going into Ebbets Pass of what you're asking for your capital improvement program, and $7.7 million is going in to Copper Cove. Somebody didn't do their job, because my understanding is, when talking to different people, is that Copper... This is not rate increase. This is about past practice. We've been told that we're not supposed to go back 15, 20 years. Well, we need to go back to find out what's going on. Copper Cove, my understanding, was absorbed knowing that the valve system and the pump system was not adequate and was going to have to be updated at some time. And that is an absolute disregard for what you are elected to do as far as upholding and supporting the people in your district. Now, those costs have to be passed on by whatever means you want to do it. So you have failed, those who were on the board when that was done, and now you've acquired Wallace Person, and everybody knows there was water problems in Wallace Person. You have failed the people that you're supposed to represent in what you're supposed to do in protecting them against this sort of issue. It sounds like there's a good old boy issue going on here, and we need an investigation, and we need to go to whatever authorities we can through the government to find out what happened during all of these processes, why that was done.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
I have a few questions. You got 14,000 properties supposedly in Calaveras County. How many of them are served by the ccwd?
Sir, we're not gonna get into a question and answer thing, this is for comments.
Okay.
I notice on the agenda, contrary to what you just told this other gentleman, that at the bottom, under public hearing, it says, receive public comments / questions. So I think you're, at least in bad faith, not taking the questions that your agenda says. Secondly, your agenda also is discriminating in that until you come here and get the agenda, you don't know that you might offer assistance for those of us on, with disabilities. That should have been broadcast before. Finally, and I had these informative questions, but I'll be happy to restate them in the statements. Your sewer rates are not proportional to our consumption of water, which makes them illegal. You don't have a way of arriving at a figure of water usage to which base your sewer rates, which make them illegal. And I would like to know how your rates were arrived at, but since you're going to ignore your thing here and not answer questions, I guess I can't ask that.
Can we have our legal counsel kind of just one time go over what this section of public comment means, and then and then make them understand that the public will have all the ample opportunity when we begin to have the rate discussion, which is coming up next on the agenda. Could you give us an explanation?
For those disabled people that couldn't come here today because you didn't state before here that you have facilities for them, that doesn't do any good to now put that kind of information out. I'm one of them and I don't have a seat and I have to leave.
The public comment portion right now is the public can comment on anything that is not on the agenda. So you can come up and comment on anything other than what's on the agenda. The board cannot take action, they cannot respond, they cannot address anything that is not on the agenda pursuant to the Brown Act. What is on the agenda today is the rate hearings. When that is opened up, which will be next, then the public can come up, comment, ask questions. The board can address your concerns on the agendized item. So if you want to talk about the rates, you want to talk about what's in the rates, that will be next. If you want to comment on something else, we will open to do that now. But if there's no public comment on anything other than the rates, we will go to the next agenda item.
Just go ahead and go up. Yeah.
By the way, the gentleman that is just speaking is our legal counsel.
Can't hear you.
No, the mic's not on.
You're off. Sorry.
I was surprised to arrive here and not see on the outside of the door a notice of this meeting. My understanding is that the Brown Act requires that a public meeting like this be noticed 48 hours prior to the meeting on the outside so that it's visible to someone who arrives after office hours, not inside on the billboard. If you understand it differently, we'll both have to look it up and see, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this.
You can't necessarily comment on issues that are on the agenda. I will tell you that the Brown Act, I know that the agendas are posted. They've been posted in public places, I know they are, and I know they're also available on the website, and they're made available to the public well in advance of your requirement.
I believe they're required to be posted at the facility on the outside. It should be on this door, I think. We'll find that out later. Second, on the question of the agenda, I attended the meeting in Valley Springs, at which time someone asked a question about the ballot procedure, sending the ballots out to everyone. And I believe the answer at that time was it was not on that agenda for that meeting, and so could not be discussed. So I looked online at the agenda for this meeting, and it's a very bare bones agenda. It certainly does not specify that question which was asked, which could not be discussed last time because it was not on the agenda. I don't know if it's going to turn out that it failed to make the agenda this time and can't be discussed again, but if so, somebody's to blame for that. And third, I would say that there was some discussion at the last meeting about the need for a new facility, a $3 million facility, and that the reason given was that it was an accident waiting to happen because of the laws regarding disabled people. It strikes me as crazy that you would have probably the largest meeting you've had here in the old place that by your own admission is an accident waiting to happen, when you could easily either have been a little quicker at moving into the new facility or scheduled this for 2 or 3 weeks later when you're in the new facility. That just seems kind of nuts. Thank you.
I'm going to request people who want to make comments to identify themselves by their name and what area they live in, but it's not required, but I would ask.
I also know it's not required. My name is Brock Estes. I live in Valley Springs.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments, please? Yes.
Good morning, I'm Tanya Dowson from Valley Springs, and I was here at the last meeting during the budget review. And I was shocked when the presenter was going through the budget and she listed that there was interest being paid on a loan for $100,000 or maybe more. And the whole board was shocked because they didn't realize that there was a loan. And from what I remember, if I remember correctly, it was the Wallace-Burson water company or water system that they acquired that came with a loan. And it just seems like it would be common knowledge to know if you're acquiring a business or entity to find out if there's any loans that are coming with that. And I was just really amazed that that was a shock to you guys, that you didn't realize you were paying interest on a $100,000 loan. Thanks.
I would, if this is of concern, this could be requested to put on an agenda. So, any other comments? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to, is there any outside that want to make a public comment? Okay. Then,
Yes, my name is Larry Foster, and I have a twofold question to ask you. I'm a resident of Copperopolis. I oppose what you guys are doing, and I think each and every one of you guys ought to be held accountable for the way you guys are assessing the people, their water bills. I know for a fact that people down in Modesto and Stockton only pay $50 to $60 a month. Why we are going from a $200, $60, $300 bill per month, and then you're going to increase it another 70%. You guys are taxing, penalizing people in this county, and this is outrageous what you guys are doing. And I think someone needs to put a stop to you guys and what you're doing, and file a class action suit against you guys, and hold each and every one of you guys accountable for the way you are assessing things. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Rambo, and I agree with everything everybody said. We are not in disagreement that probably maintenance is a concern, but we are all in disagreement that you're not justifying with facts, a lot of graphics, a lot of this and that. But at the Rancho Calaveras meeting, there was one gentleman that did speak up, and he's a landlord, and he said nothing is being put aside, there's no reserves. And then we were told all over and over and over to refer to Mr. Purley, look at the website. Well, I did that night, that very night. $166,000 in overtime. And I've spoken to a few of the workers on the streets and that, and the manpower's been cut back. They've been asked to cut back in wages and salary. But you guys haven't. I've noticed it in the paper that you voted yourselves in raises and whatnot. Come on, and let's not all forget, they're elected.
Exactly, exactly.
So unelect them, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They tried to make a crackpot out of this Peter Reyes, and all Mr. Reyes was asking was for facts. And I was being objective, and I'm looking, but a lot of people tell me they worked very hard, they paid their homes off. thinking, okay, we're in a fixed income now, we're retired. And now they're realizing with this kind of utility, you know, keeps, you know, raising, everything keeps coming to bond issuing, to votes, and they keep absorbing different utilities that are in the red. They're gonna lose their homes in 5 or 6 years. They cannot maintain this. So what are we gonna do about it? I say vote them all out.
Exactly.
Please reiterate that we will allow these people to have this conversation when we can address these issues, as opposed to.
I'm giving some leeway now. A lot of these statements seem to be statements that should be saved for in the rate hearing itself. If there's any other comments having nothing to do with this rate hearing, I'll go ahead. So go ahead.
I totally understand. Marty Crane, Valley Springs, and no, it's not required, but we all want our board to be transparent. So when they write up the minutes, wouldn't it be nice if they knew who said what? So that's why we put it on the piece of paper so that they can spell our names right and get our quotes right. That's my opinion. Because I'm sure that if I wanted to say something and I refused to say anything, they'd still write it down. You just wouldn't know who said it. And also, with regard to, I would like us to keep this political stuff out of the arena because that it serves nothing. These board members haven't all been here the same length of time. They're each one vote. If we're displeased with one, then we should vote for someone else.
Are you addressing the board or the
I'm
audience?
addressing us, I'm addressing this issue, and I'm not addressing Mr. Reyes. I'm addressing the room in general. That we're here, we're all here, and obviously it's difficult for us to get here because normally this room is not filled. And so it's very difficult for us all to get here. So we're here with limited time, and so I think that we should do our best to communicate with each other. That doesn't mean we talk, you listen, when we stop, you vote. That means that when we're finished, we actually have a conversation to address some of the things that have come up and clarify some of the things that people are saying that maybe are missing a few of the other underlying details that you're privy to that we're not. So anyway, I have more, but I'll share it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Okay, not seeing any more, I'm going to close the public comment. And I'm going to open up the public hearing on this proposed water and wastewater rate increase. I'm going to turn it over to our general manager, Mitch Dion.
Well, in all actuality, we're going to go straight to the presentations. We have Jeff Meyer here to make the presentation. We're going to go through the background materials and provide the information related to the proposed rate increases that we're discussing at this point.
Can you speak up, please? Yeah, I can't hear you.
We'd love to hear you, sir.
So as Jeff prepares the presentation, I just would like to remind the board that at this point, this was work in the capital plan. The proposed rate increases to be dedicated to addressing the capital needs and reinvesting in the infrastructure that provides the services to the community. What we have before you today is a summary of the presentation with some small additions to what have been in the last couple public hearings. And hopefully we can also get into a portion of the meeting where we address a couple of comments that came out of those public hearings with both the staff members as well as the district legal counsel in order to address the questions that came up. I'm sure you want answers. So with that, Jeff, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. We've talked about this water rate study and wastewater rate study since last summer. We started in July after the board adopted the 2012-13 budget. We've held 15 board and finance committee. These are public meetings where the district, your board, and the finance committee address the financial policies, revenue requirements, capital improvement program, funding options for capital projects, and the proposed rate structure. These are all the items that you do when you look at a rate structure. Your financial policies guide the district and help set the rate policy and the rates that we're looking at today. Your board went through that through several iterations in January and February, public meetings, and we adopted them. We then went through and looked at the revenue requirements of the water and the wastewater systems. These are the revenues that are required to fund the expenses on both systems. Capital Improvement Program. We went back to the 2007-2008 Capital Improvement Program that your board, some of your board members were there, but in 2008, the board adopted that program. We revisited a number of those over the years and put together a list of projects. This capital program has been reviewed on the last several years through the budgets to make sure that we're aware of what's going on, what we can fund, or most importantly, what can't be funded. And what has been funded in the past several years are grant-funded projects. We looked at funding options for the capital projects, whether we're going to fund them through rates or issue debt, short-term versus long-term debt. And also, obviously, we continue to look for grants that we can use to supplement our funding sources. Now remember, one of our challenges when it comes to funding or finding grants is that generally the state and the federal level look at disadvantaged communities as to their priorities. We've had a lot of success in West Point. We had some success in Douglas Flat, Vallecito, but we haven't had success elsewhere because they don't meet the state mandated disadvantaged community levels. Then we came up with a proposed rate structure. That rate analysis confirmed that the significant rate increases are needed for both on the water and the sewer side. Rate increases, as I've mentioned a number of times over the last 12 months, is driven by capital improvements. We've done enough cutbacks and enough paring back in our O&M that we can look at funding these programs with the rate increases. That's what we're looking here today, is funding capital improvements over the next 5 years. When you look at issuing debt, it's important to understand too that for any lending agency, whether it be a bank, underwriters, or long-term debt through issuance of bonds, you have to have adequate debt coverage, meaning your revenues on your water side have to be more than what the annual debt payments are on that water debt. Same in sewer. If you issue debt under the wastewater fund, those wastewater rates have to not only pay for all the expenses and the debt service, but have to have an extra amount. They call debt coverage of 125. I know we've talked about this at great length. We need to have adequate revenues to cover our debt. And as you remember, we refinanced our 2004 revenue bond earlier on this year. We got fantastic rates. Unfortunately, as you're well aware, the market has changed and short-term interest rates, especially in the 10-year level, have jumped almost 100 basis points. When we issued that debt, one of the things that they required, the lending institution, is if you issue any more debt on top of that, you have to have at least a 125 coverage. You have to maintain that coverage. So we just can't go out and issue debt right now. We don't have the funds to back it up or the credit to do so. So we looked at different scenarios that were to find the optimal combination of how to fund this capital project. We looked at pay-as-you-go, basically collect enough rates to pay for the capital improvement. And we looked at debt-funded capital improvements. We also looked at a combination of the two. Now, when we look at our revenues that can be used to be able to fund debt coverage, we're kind of limited in what we can collect. Rate revenues for us is basically our foundation of our revenue base. 78% of the revenues we pull in under operating funds are water and wastewater sales. We do get property tax revenues. We think we've hit bottom. We hope we've hit bottom, but they dropped dramatically, approximately $800,000 since its peak in 08-09. We do get some hydro revenue off New Spicer through NCPA and off of New Hogan. Unfortunately, Hogan is driven by the amount of water in the reservoir, and that's rain driven. And at low levels, we can anticipate less hydro revenue. And then we have other revenues that make up an additional 4%. But again, I will draw you back to our main revenue source is water and sewer rates. We've had flat rate revenues. Obviously, growth of new customers hasn't been there. And within the entire county, you've seen a lack of development. That hurts our rate growth. We didn't have a rate increase last year, so rate revenues are very flat. Property taxes, as I said, seem to be near bottom. Hydro revenues is variable based on rainfall, and other revenues vary. So our only option at this point is to go ahead, and if we need more revenue to fund this capital program, is to look at our rates. And I go back to capital. This happened just last Friday up in the Ebbets Pass area. The portion of the pipe that broke's right outside for people to see. High pressure, old pipe. Yeah, we lose water. It makes a fantastic picture, but off on the right, you see water cascading down the hill and creates property damage. And we have people who have called us, so we have to go investigate that. So it's not just the repair time, which is significant because you bring people out on overtime, takes time to fix this. It's a loss of water to our customers, but there's also property damage as well. Now, capital funding options. How do we fund our capital? We can run it to failure. You can run it till it fails. The problem, as you see with that pipeline break, is it keeps breaking, and it's repair work, and it's cost associated with it. We've had a number of breaks up there already this year. Our lift stations in the Copperopolis area, if they fail and there's spills, we do have issues, regulatory issues. We can run it till it fails, but the problem with that is it gets expensive. If you're able to properly plan out a capital replacement program, then you have the ability to stage it, go through the engineering, the design phases, plan for it, get the best bids out there, and do it the right way without having to be reactionary and fixing it at midnight, whatever it is, and where costs are driven up.
Jeff, if I can interrupt, again, the pipeline break on Friday is a good indication of what's going on in the system. That pipeline was identified in need of replacement by 2007. The idea that we're dealing with pressures that are up there ultimately can result in significant safety hazards, not only for the workers but also the public. Ultimately, replacing that pipeline at this point is no longer optional. It's got to be completed in order to avoid serious injury or death, as well as the property damage, including the Caltrans right-of-way, that we are going to go out and have to repair. So this is the most expensive way to operate utility. Funding for failure is running to failure. Significantly related to that is also what's happening down at Lake Pillette right now. The lift stations that are in place in and around that lake are substandard to address the current requirements for the facilities that are being regulated upon us. Again, if we want to pay fines, that's a waste of the ratepayer dollars. But that's an inevitable result if you fund to failure.
I talked about a combination of funding these projects. You can do pay-as-you-go, which is collect enough rate revenue to fund the annual capital improvement budget, or you can use debt, both short-term and long-term. Or as we have, and your board has proposed, is a combination of pay-as-you-go and debt. And I'm going to get into that in just a moment. I want to look back on the capital improvement project list and program that we've had in prior years, up through from fiscal year 2006-07 through 2012-13, which had just ended. This is a chart showing the funding level for CIP projects. And basically, a CIP project is $50,000 or more and has a lifespan of over a year. this bar chart has 3 separate colors in it. In addition to showing the level of funding, look back at fiscal year 6-7 of a little over 9 million, it also shows the sources of revenue that funded those projects. Blue on the bottom portion is grants and others. Others, in this case, we got some FEMA money. When there was a fire and we had to replace the 602 tank that burned down, we got some insurance money and we got FEMA money for that, grant money. The green is expansion. And I know I've said this before, but I want to make sure it's very clear. The money you collect from new connections, which is capacity fees, can be used for 2 things and 2 things only. Expansion-related capital improvements and the debt associated with expansion-related capital improvements. Being a water utility, you have to be on the front end of development. You have to have the infrastructure in place when the houses go in place. Problem with that, you don't necessarily have the funds to be able to build it. So you take out debt with a promise to pay those off with the connection fees that come in over the years. So that's what capacity fees can be used for. As you can see, in 2006, 7, 7, 8, and 8, 9, we were still seeing a portion of the housing boom and construction boom in this area, and we were still doing expansion projects. But now, it's with the construction and development grinding to a halt, there's very little expansion-related projects. And in the red, those are reserves. Not rate money, but reserves that had been set aside that we use to help fund this. Now, as you can see from this chart, while the economy was growing, we had a robust local economy. We were having a significant investment in our CIP, capital improvement projects. But then it tailed off and bottomed out in fiscal year 10-11. It has grown recently over the last 2 years, but as you can see by the color of the bar graphs there, the reason for that are grants. We have been very successful in securing grants for 2 areas, as I mentioned previously, West Point and also Douglas Flat Vallecito. The only way we could afford to do those projects in those 2 areas are grant funding. So the key here is that there aren't any rate revenues available to fund capital improvement program. We either have to continue to get grants, which we continually look for, or raise rates to fund that. And rates will pay for, remember, we're looking for a hybrid here, a combination pay-as-you-go and also being able to issue some debt on the front end to help jumpstart this program, and those higher rates will help pay for the debt service of that issuance. I'm going to look at wastewater here. As Mitch had said previously, we have some significant issues out in the Lake Tulloch, Copperopolis area regarding lift stations in our sewer area. You've all seen this picture before. I'm probably boring you, I apologize, but I want to make sure everybody here has an opportunity to review this. We have a significant amount of capital needs. We went to the list of the 7-8 capital improvement program. We updated that internally, and what we're looking for is about $2 million a year now to funding our capital needs. That first column, the big jump up there in the left-hand side, that's fiscal year 2012-13, which we just concluded. So we paid off the bills for Douglas Flat Vallecito. That's why you see such a significant dollar amount. We have no funding at this point to be able for our ongoing sewer capital program.
And much of that was grant.
Grant, exactly.
Almost all of that.
Yeah. Vallecito was grant.
Could I interject that the grants were a direct relation to disadvantaged communities, that those communities, no matter how hard the hardships, they're still not viewed as disadvantages, have almost no chance of getting grants. Is that correct?
Under the current environment, yes. But I want to say something here because there's always the talk about grants. Well, okay, grants in Douglas Flat Vallecito. I live in Lake Tulloch. How does that help me? It helps, since we are district-wide, we all share in the costs of maintaining the system district-wide. If we did not get that $4.5 million grant for Douglas Flat Vallecito, it would have had to come from district-wide money, funds. So what that does is that allows us to look at other projects in the priority list. Same with West Point. We did a significant amount of work in the West Point water distribution system, work that needed to be done. If it wasn't done through grants, we would have had to find funding elsewhere. So it helps everybody when we secure these grants. The key here is the proximity to the lake. Sewage spills into the water. We've talked about this, what happened to Groveland Community Service District, the fines they have been placed upon them. They were able to negotiate it down, but it's still costly, plus they have to repair it. What we're looking at here on capital funding, as I mentioned, it was a combination of rate-funded capital and debt-funded capital. The first 2 years, we do a combination, and so we're going to look at issuing $2.3 million worth of debt. As I mentioned previously, short-term interest rates have risen, but we fully anticipate being able to secure debt to be able to jumpstart this program. We will go out and find the best deal possible. We talk short-term, 5 years, 7 years, whatever the best terms and financing for the district are, we're going to look at that. If you look at the bar graph below, what we're trying to do is establish a consistent funding level for capital improvement program. The blue on the bottom of the bars there are the debt funded, the rest of it's rates, and that rate will go towards paying not only the pay-as-you-go, but the debt service for that debt we've issued. It's important that we get a funding source that's identifiable, trackable, and reportable. We have talked a number of times here within the board. Your board has directed us to come back with policies that state the monies that we collect through this capital improvement program that we're going to fund are identified on water and wastewater bills. They are segregated and put into separate capital improvement funds, and they are tracked, and we can report back to your board on the projects we are doing, the progress, and the funds that we're spending. Just more pictures of our capital needs out in the Tulloch area. I haven't even hit upon the TSO we have in the copper waste.
What a TSO is, please.
Time scheduled order. I'm not an engineer. I don't know if Bill hears, but we're under a 5-year time scheduled order to make improvements to our wastewater treatment plant. I think we're within a year and a half of that, in the process of going through and working with the state to find out what that program is going to require, but it is going to be significant dollars. State regulatory requirements, especially in the wastewater side, are overbearing at times. We have significant costs associated with that, and unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of customers to spread that cost throughout. Here's the list of the capital projects we've come up with that we want to complete within a 5-year range. Now, you have to understand when you talk about capital projects, this can't be locked in stone because something may come up. We may have a break in a sewer pipeline that all of a sudden we have to take care of regardless of what you planned before. That breakout that you can see outside for Ebbets Pass, that means we've got to direct that and look at replacing that now. The biggest dollar amount here is the Copper Cove Reclaimed Water Plant reconfiguration, at about $4.5 million. I've got it separated out by location: Copper Cove, La Quintana, Arnold, Forest Meadows, and Copper Cove district-wide. But if you look at that far right-hand column, you can see what's really driving our costs on the wastewater side: regulatory and compliance requirements. There's about $12 million worth of projects over this time frame. We still continue to work to try to get funding through other mechanisms, but we need to come up with a capital funding level of about $12 million. Through this proposed rate increase, through the debts and the rate funded, we're just under $12 million. This is what we're looking to fund with the capital, or the wastewater capital program. Here's a synopsis of the proposed monthly rates, and this is for a residential unit. The current rate is $67.50. As you can see, it increases over 5 years for a cumulative increase of 62%. People say, what's percentage? I got it listed there, but Bottom line is you can see the proposed annual dollar increases each year. $10 the first year, $8.50, and so you can, this is what we propose. And it'll create once we get there towards the end of this, it will create that level funding mechanism of capital improvements. Because our capital improvement program doesn't end after 5 years. We're in this forever.
Let me just, that's a number that I don't think has been brought up. Just an estimate of our equipment value in the ground, pumps, generators, pipes, 350 million.
In that neighborhood, yes.
So that's, I mean, every day, something of that $350 million is subject to break. And that'll continue. I mean, even the stuff that we put in the ground now will be added to that list, and, 50 years from now, it'll break. So it's just, I don't think we've talked about the real value of what's in the ground in its entirety. And that's the kind of the point of staff's recommendation, is you gotta have an account that's gonna, because we can rely on one thing. Every day, something is probably gonna break. And it's just because it's mechanical.
That's correct, and this is intended to create that dedicated funding stream at a reasonable level in order to accomplish what's happening. Again, I'd like to remind you is, this was a list of needs that was compiled in 2007 and prior. We haven't gone back out and identified the additional things that probably would be showing up on this list if we looked at it in 2013. Ultimately, we're looking at the most critical things. We addressed it well, and I think the fact that we're seeing failures very consistent with this list is kind of a testimony to the fact that somebody did a pretty good job in evaluating what was likely to fail, and we're seeing those failures repetitively in 2012 and 2013.
And to follow up on your question, Director Davidson, when you look at certain assets, not every asset has the same life expectancy. Some of them are 40 to 50 years. Some of them are 10 to 15 years. And on the wastewater side, especially in our lift stations, we're seeing decreased life expectancy because of the corrosive nature of the elements that are going through it and such. So every individual asset has to be looked at a little differently. You can't expect a lift station to last 50 years. It just doesn't. Things break. Moving on to water. When I look at, we're going back to what's proposed in the capital improvement program, we're looking at about $2.2 million a year. Again, if you look at the left-hand bar, you say, wow, we had $4.2 million of capital expenditures in 12-13 grants, West Point. And we're also got some FEMA money to do the Jenny Lind flood protection program. Now, some of those funds are not 100% funded by grants. You have to have matches too, like the FEMA projects. Here's just some pictures of some tanks and the corrosion level that we're facing. Things do not last forever. And that's why we need to create a level funding source. We're going to look at about 1.1.
Jeff, go back to that last picture.
Okay.
What I'd like to remind the board is, this is your drinking water supply system. This is the kind of corrosion that's occurring within your drinking water supply.
Where is that?
That's down in Jenny Lind.
What is it?
That's a cross member across the lid of the tank, so that's supporting the roof of the tank. So ultimately, as we deal with the health and safety requirements for drinking water, which are very stringent standards, addressing the kinds of issues that we have add to the daily operational expenses. When you have this kind of corrosion occurring, your water treatment as well as your O&M expenses are going up, and you're not going to get the benefit of having a smooth operation. So ultimately, trying to preserve the public's health and safety is the #1 goal of the drinking water supply system, and this is part of what our system looks like.
We're going to use a little less debt on the water side, about a 90-10 split, but we're still going to create that level funding source for capital improvement. We're looking at about $11.5 million over 5 years, and this is just to get the first chunk out of the way. We have an ongoing issue because we have to be here forever, in perpetuity, long beyond my lifetime, beyond our children's lifetime. This district has to be here forever. We looked at, one of the programs we did with the grant funding is we replaced the Redwood tank out at West Point, and between that and the improvements, we've reduced unaccounted for water losses. But this picture also goes to show you that we have a number of Redwood tanks up in Arnold, Calaveras, Big Trees area that need replacement. We've been very proactive in working through CalEMA and FEMA to get what they call pre-mitigation disaster money. Generally, FEMA comes in after the fact. Tank burns down, we'll give you money to replace it. What we want to do is replace these up front so they don't burn down. And we've been somewhat successful. We were hoping to have the money in hand right now, but Hurricane Sandy kind of pushed us back a little bit. We're one of the few agencies out here, we're kind of doing groundbreaking work here, is to get pre-mitigation disaster money. They want to make...
Jeff, I got to interrupt just for the audience's sake.
Sure.
The way federal appropriations work. You have an authorization and you have an appropriation. Frequently in the federal government, you get authorization and no appropriation. When an emergency happens within the FEMA program, such as Hurricane Sandy, they actually reroute appropriation money, or money that's previously appropriated to deal with the disaster at hand. Those other previously appropriated budgets fall in line, sometimes the following year or the following year after that. You're always dealing, if you will, from dollars from the bottom of the deck to pass that money out. So the fact of the matter is, we did have an authorization and an appropriation for our tanks, and the alignment of that will come with the FEMA money. And again, I'd like to remind everybody that's still taxpayer dollars coming to our benefit, but we're taking advantage of it each time we can.
And that's what we're looking to replace the Redwood tanks, a portion of some of our Redwood tanks up there. There are more to go. Once we get this process going, we're hoping to tap into that. But as I mentioned before, this isn't 100% grant money. We have to come up with a 25% match. 75% FEMA, 25% local funding.
I just want to mention one thing about the replacing these tanks. You know, in my community, when the Patterson fire came through, it burned down 22, 23 houses. It also burned down 2 water tanks. What actually happens is the roof breaks and collapses inside, and you have to turn the water off. So we weren't able to use that hydrant system to fight that fire. So I mean, it seems it's very. I think that this is a very responsible project, particularly in the Evans Pass area, where we could have significantly catastrophic fire.
Yeah. And that elevated tank that's now there, that's
right, well
recognized is a result of that effort, which was mostly paid for by federal dollars.
Yeah, I think it was 100% grant for the new tank that we built there.
So again, it's the kind of success that we've had by reaching out with our state and federal agencies in order to bring the dollars back to the county wherever we can.
Right, but that was an after the fact issue, and we want to try to be preventative.
That would be nice.
I'd like to point out that if it's not obvious already to everybody looking at this picture, is that's water running out of the tank along the ground there.
Yeah, and that's a good point, President Dooley, because one of the mandates from the state is that local water districts reduce their numbers of water use by 20% by the year 2020. And we're committed to that, and what we're trying to do is identify ways that within our own system we can save water. When we replace this section and replace the downtown distribution system in West Point, our preliminary numbers indicate we've saved over 25% of the water use. We reduced our water use by 25% in that area because it was going out, either through leaky pipes or through redwood tanks. So these type of projects not only benefit for health and safety reasons, but also help us towards our goal of meeting 20 by 2020 compliance, a 20% reduction of our water usage as of the year 2010.
Furthermore, the state oftentimes looks at uncontrolled release of treated water with chlorine as a hazardous material for the environment, and sometimes can put you in that crossfire.
Speaking of water releases, here's another picture of the break just last Friday up in the Evans Pass area. And I have to commend our crews. Bill Purley and his crews did a phenomenal job of getting out there and getting this fixed. But if you're looking at the most beneficial use of their time, it's not repairing breaks like this. There's costs associated with this, both hard costs in time, overtime, and everything else, the cost of claims against the district. It's just not the best way to do business. And this is what we call run to failure.
I just want to comment on that. I was driving down Friday, a little before 5 o'clock and ran into this. And, there were rocks this big in the middle of the road, that, and motorcycles were going by, coming out of soaking wet on the other side. It very easily could have been a fatality when that thing blew there last week. And the proximity to the highway, not only to mention the fact that this was 4th of July weekend, and as I passed, and I have to admit, I took a picture and my whole cab of my truck got soaked. I mean, it was blowing across the way. The backup was probably 2 miles deep of people trying to get into the Evans Pass area for the weekend. So the economic cost associated with these breaks is much more significant than our costs. The businesses down there that were out of water during that time frame lost money. People trying to get in and out, and it'll be interesting to see what the property damage caused downstream of this. What that, I'd like to see a full report on the cost of this one single break. In its entirety, when we know that amount. I think that's something the public needs to know about, and I know that the board probably wishes to know about. But it was an incredibly dangerous situation for the people down there. It was just this side of the Big Trees market. Those trees that are there are over 100 feet tall. That was blowing 100 feet in the air, and at what, 200 pounds?
In excess of 200 pounds, and that's part of the issue up there. We have very high pressures on failing water lines, so the health and safety risk is extreme.
Here's pictures of the line that broke. If you didn't get a chance to see it before you walked in, it's right on the table out here to take a look at. This is a break that happened about, I want to say 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, one of the several we've had already this spring and summer.
Jeff?
Yes, sir.
I believe when you look at that pipe out on display out there, you can see that it has been repaired already in the past.
I'm not sure that repair work, but I know Bill has said that certain sections along there have been repaired a number of times. It's just waiting to fail. Where's the next weak point? And that happened to be the weak point now. There's another weak point out there that we just don't know where it is. It's underground. Here is a list of the 5-year water capital program. It's regulatory, some reliability. That's reliability, but I guess you can throw in regulatory too at some point, especially when you're talking about health and safety of employees and other people. So there's a long list here, and this again was derived. If we have opportunities to get grant money, that's great, but it doesn't diminish the fact that below this level, there's even more projects. We'll just keep shuffling them up as money becomes available. And as you can see, there's a number of projects in that Evans Pass area when we're talking about water line replacement. Here is the proposed rate increase for water. This is a monthly rate for a 5/8" meter, which is most of our residential customers, which makes up a very large portion of all our customers in the mid to high 90s%. You can see it starts out, the current rate is $39.50, goes up to $49.38, which is $10 a month, and it decreases over time. In the last year of the rate plan, there is no increase proposed. There is also a proposed rate increase for the tiered rates. Now, there's been a lot of discussion, and we've had a lot of questions from customers. Basically, Are you changing the amount of water I get with my base rate, the 500 CF per month? No, that is not changing. Yes, we bill bi-monthly, and that translates into 1,000 CF, but this is monthly. You get 500 CF per month, or basically 125 gallons per day included in the base rate. The tiered rates go up from there. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody, that we're not changing the base allocation. Now, a recap of some of the comments we've had over the course of the 3 town hall meetings, the conversations I've had with people over the phone, the comments that come through with the protest letters, the customer service. I'm not going to address them all, but I'm kind of looking at the major the comments we received. And you've heard them all. You've attended these meetings. Can't afford the increase on a fixed income. We understand. You just raised rates from 2007 to 2011. What happened to the money from that increase? Well, there was a number of things that happened. As we know, the bottom of the economy dropped out. We didn't have that anticipated growth that was going to be part of the new revenues coming in. And when looking at the rates that were adopted going back, there was no segregated amount set aside specifically for capital improvement program. That's what we're looking at here, is the capital improvement program. And that's one of the questions I have down here. People just said, why did you wait so long to set aside the money for capital replacement? Well, that's some decisions that have been made prior. There's been some rate increases over the years, but there has not been a significant amount of money set aside. I'm not here to address that. I wasn't here prior, but Director Davidson?
Let me just comment on that. I think I've been here for 2 rate increases. I think I supported one, I didn't support the other. But in the first rate increase, I believe our threshold was to set aside 25% of our
Property tax.
of the rate increase for capital improvements. That was our goal. I think that the fault was that it was never dedicated funding. And I think that whatever happens here today, if anything happens at all, we have to ensure that this is a dedicated capital improvement, that it cannot be commingled with operations. I mean, with our typical day-to-day operations. We actually have to have a construction account that's specific.
Exactly, and by your direction, your board has directed us to set up that policy and come back to your board with that policy and make it as Loctite as possible, and to be able to also make sure that it's transparent, the dollars coming in, how we're tracking them. And I know there's been a lot of good goals and intent, but nobody anticipated the meltdown in the recession.
And that's another question regarding.
What about the building?
Unrealized, I mean, there was a rate increase, but there was no more money coming in. And I know that's hard to understand. Rates were higher, how come more money didn't come in? Well, property taxes, we lost about $1 million a year in property taxes, and we lost about $300,000 a year in sales just from foreclosure, people not being there. So if you can understand, it's like, where'd the money go? And it wasn't enough, but the rates went up and the income stayed flat. If you can understand it, because rates are just part of our income source. Property taxes, and then we also had, I mean, everyone knows that there were, at least 1 out of every 10 houses in the whole county was in foreclosure. That's 10% of our sales. So that's the unrealized, yes, rates went up, income stayed flat.
Yes. And some of the other comments I got were, I'm a part-time resident, it's my second home, why should I pay the same as full-time residents? And your board has discussed that numerous times over the year. The cost of delivering water to a location is fixed regardless of whether or not you use that water or not. It costs just the same to go to your house as it is to your neighbor's house who uses their house full-time. And there's some clarification comments. I've been following comments and such. Somebody had mentioned that we lost $21 million in investments from the year 2005 to 2012. That is not correct. You know that. We did have one set back in 2008-9 when Lehman Brothers went bankrupt. We're recovering some of that, but there was a significant amount of money in reserves early on in the 2000s, but that money was reinvested back into the system. Bill Purley and his engineer and utilities department helped work diligently. You were spending at least $1 million a year replacing updating equipment to bring it up to standard. Also, some of those reserves that we had, remember, we were paying debt service on that bond issuance from 2004. We pay about $2 million a year on that, some out of operating, some out of expansion funds. So obviously, those funds are going to decrease in their totality as you pay off that debt service.
With Lehman, how big was that bond?
It was about just under 1.5.
And how much are we getting from bankruptcy court?
I think we've collected about 300,000 to date,
So our total loss is about 1.2.
but we're still collecting over time. So it'd probably be close to 1.1, maybe as low as 1, but somewhere in that neighborhood.
And why didn't we know that Lehman was going to go bankrupt?
That's a federal question, because it's very interesting, because that weekend when they decided who to save and who to kick off the edge of the cliff, the feds and all the Treasury Department and everybody else got together. They said, let Lehman fail, we're going to save AIG and a few of the others, because we feel those are more important.
But just talk for a second about our investment. I mean, what percentage of our investment was that?
It was less than 5%.
And what we're required by law to have to only invest in properties that have, or make investments that are at a certain threshold as far as security.
Yes, and that met all the requirements.
Met all the requirements.
Yes.
Point of order. May I address the commissioner on the left and ask him to clarify his previous statement?
Please write it down if you have a pencil and ask him during the question and answer.
I'm very close to finishing this section. The other comment, the district should be broken up into smaller, more local agencies. Well, one of the things smaller districts are experiencing is high cost, very few number of customers to spread those costs, but the higher cost of meeting regulatory requirements and the difficulty of acquiring personnel to run those facilities. And the other question, and you know, I really, this is a hard one not to like. If the state requires expensive regulatory upgrades and repairs, make them pay for it. I would love to do that. Unfortunately, the state doesn't work that way. They do provide some grants, but not for our areas where we have the most needs. So at this point, I'm at the end of the presentation, and the recommendation is to adopt the water rate plan as presented in Ordinance 2013-01, Exhibit 1, Schedule A, effective September 1st, 2013. And for wastewater rates, adopt the Schedule B of Exhibit 1, effective September 1, 2013. At this point, I'd like to entertain any questions from the board.
I got a question. Are you going to present our discussed options for setting up this reserve account now, or do you plan to bring it up later?
I plan to bring that up later. Your board at the last meeting, I believe, directed staff to take it to the finance committee and then we're going to have a finance committee later this week, this month. And at that point, once the finance committee hashes it out and brings it back and recommends it, we will bring it back to the full board for adoption. But the premise was there.
I don't think we need to have a finance committee meeting. I think the board was pretty clear. I think we need to have a dedicated fund and to make any changes, because any future board, and there's a good chance of there being a future board.
Yeah, for sure.
Any future board can change anything that we do. That's just the way the rules are. But it is our intent to make it as difficult as possible, which I think the most we can do is require a 4/5 vote to take any money out of this capital program.
And that was your direction.
And we'll talk about this later, but I don't see any reason to have a finance committee meeting to make that determination. I'll leave that up to you.
Well,
And we will be back in the August meeting with that policy.
any other questions from the board for Jeff?
I have one. Another question that keeps being brought up is, why don't we have a lifeline rate? Why don't we have a rate specific for seniors? And so did somebody go over the laws that govern us regarding that?
You can't charge, the cost of service you can charge is only the cost that it costs. The district can only charge services for services that.
Borrow his mic, would you please?
Yeah, I can. The district can only charge what it costs to bring the service to somebody's residence. If it were to give a rate to a resident that is less than the cost of service, that would mean somebody else would have to supplement that, which would be legal. The district, because it is a public agency, it's not like a PG&E or a phone company, can only charge for the cost of service. So in order to set up a reduced rate program, it would have to essentially subsidize that person's rate. And the only way to do that would be charging other people more, which would be illegal, and we can't do that.
Any other questions? Mr. President, that concludes my presentation.
We'll have an opportunity to
We're going to get into public comments and questions here. Now, before I open this up to open public hearing, would you cover some of the rules that we need to abide by through this, please?
Yes, what we have is we have a sign-up list, and we will call off the people on any order of the sign-up list. The people making the presentations have about 3 minutes to speak. In order to get everyone through that wants to speak, we're going to ask that people be respectful as people make comments. We'll do our best to answer those questions that come up that can be engaged in questions. If your comment can be brief, we would encourage you to be as brief as possible. At the end of that time, those people that did not sign up will have an opportunity to actually make a comment, and then we'll go into a board deliberation in which the board's questions and answers and discussion amongst themselves will be not interrupted by public comment. So with that, we can start the public comment process.
Okay, who has the list?
In order to process the meeting, if you put your name on the list, it would be helpful, but if you choose not to, that's okay too. Mona, we have another over here. And this is just to get the sequence so people don't know when they're coming up, and we can call them, so this will take a moment longer.
If you have them, I'll take them.
If you do have protest letters and you'd like to pass them in, we'll take those at any time, and we'll take protest letters up to the time in which we close the public hearing. At that time, the board will get a count of what we've had, and so if you would give us our protest letters, either pass them to Mona or myself, we'd be happy to take them.
All right, while we're still getting names on list, also if anybody outside wants to put their name to talk, I'm going to send Mona out to take your name. In the meantime, I'd like to take a short break for anybody to powder their nose or stretch their legs. So,
Folks, there is a little bit of drinking water out at the patio next to the next door, so we have a 5-minute break.
There's a lady needs one, just like a stick. Come on, Oregon.
You really listen. That's true. He didn't talk to me for the first 10 years that I knew him. Why? I don't know. I never done nothing to him. He didn't like Alan.
He didn't like what?
He didn't like.
Ken Duncan here.
I'm here.
You're gonna wait until I get up? You're down.
All he asked is that you say that you're here, and then we'll know.
I did, I said, I want to hear it. Dan and Larry, 3188, Renato, Auto. The mic's on.
Dan Lurie, 3188 Venado, Marlin. I received your 6/30/12 audit and your last year's budget. There are several questions I have about that budget, even though that you've already adopted your new budget. One is the state of California borrowed $252,158 at 2% interest. When they pay that back, what are you going to do with that money and what account are you going to put it in? And they are paying it back, so don't tell me they're not.
You said the state, you mean the district?
No, the state of California, out of your reserve money, when they were fixing their budget, took $253,158. They did all special districts in the state of California.
This is the restoration of the property tax. As those property tax payment came back in, they'll be included in the general fund budget and budgeted out as directed by the board of directors.
So we'll go into the general fund, not into your preventive maintenance.
Currently, the way our funding works is all the funding, all the income is handled as an income source. Am I correct me on that, Lynn?
That
Okay.
was actually taken from the special projects fund. We have received payment from the state for back to the special projects.
Okay, so that fund was, that money came back in, so this was not the GRAP.
No.
Okay, so that fund will go back to the special projects fund where it came from.
Okay. Second, your audit shows a total capital assessment of $103,259,349. Basically, what is the breakdown of your capital assessment?
That's it.
Or assets?
I'd like to keep this as to, is this falling into our rate increase?
Yes, it is. When I'm finished here, it definitely is.
All right.
Where's the answer?
Yeah, what's the answer?
A bunch of deer in the headlights.
The breakdown of the assets includes all the fixed assets and the cash and any.
Well, your cash is in a different account by your audit.
The total assets are $103 million.
Right.
That includes cash and all the fixed
But underneath your audit, it breaks it down where you have cash and investments that are shown in your audit, separate from your capital assets.
They're included in the $103 million.
Well, not according to your audit.
Well, I think you're misinterpreting.
No, I don't think I am.
Well, what's the total then?
The total of your
As stated in the audit.
cash and investments, $21,333,970.
But I'm talking about the total asset.
The total assets
Does
that
that
they.
come to 124 million?
No, it comes to $103,259,000.
That's what you were saying.
Right, but I'm saying in your audit, it breaks it down into two different categories. Your cash and investment has a number, and your capital assessment has a number.
But the capital assessment is a total of our
Not
hard
according,
assets.
not according to your
Then the
audit.
number would be $124 million.
Not according to your audit.
If it's stated in there, then that's the way
Well, I
it's
can
stated.
show you the audit right here.
I don't think we should waste time, but I'll be happy to talk to you about it afterwards.
Okay.
Pony show up tonight.
Your,
Mr. Leary.
We're gonna break for lunch, by the way.
and which that's on the ratepayer too.
These are comments supposed to be limited to 3 minutes, and.
Well, I haven't heard my time up yet, sir.
No, but I'm not seeing you come into conclusion very quickly.
I'm not. In fact, I'm probably gonna have somebody else that's gonna yield their time so I can finish, because I have 2 pages. And since you put a 3-minute time period on it, kind of cripples that.
And now you're cutting into
Did you
this
read the
time.
last sentences for us?
No, I'm gonna wait until I have several other people that are gonna yield their 3 minutes to me. Okay.
Are there any people here who wish to, that are on the list to speak, that want to yield their time? Okay, give me your name, sir.
Wayne Renaud.
Mr. President, I think we're going to have to not go down that process. People have to make their own comments.
No, you don't.
Oh, don't start that.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Who wants to yield their time? Yes, sir.
Tom Sullivan.
Tom Sullivan, okay. Yes,
Ted
sir.
Carpenter.
Ted Carpenter. Okay, sir.
Ed Frankie.
Vicki, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not yielding.
We didn't think you would.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you add me to the list?
I can, or you'll have an opportunity at the end.
Laura, Paula?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll continue.
Thank you.
Without interruption?
Okay, also, you have a capital improvement of a new headquarters for $2,425,111. My question is, what line items does the payment come from? Does it come from the general fund or where? Because you borrowed it against yourselves.
Do you have an answer to that, Lynn?
Yes, give Lynn a mic.
Give her a mic.
Yeah. Nobody
Yeah.
can hear.
You guys don't know anything. Give her a chance to get up there and answer.
You'll get a chance to talk.
I will.
And then one over there.
I got property with there too.
The gentleman that provided the information for why the rate should be increased was allowed to use a video screen. I'm sure it would be nice if this gentleman was, if we
Well,
were able to
you
see.
can have your comment later on. We're never gonna get through this today. If we just lose total control. I'm not real good on keeping control, so.
The funding for the new headquarters was funded with an internal loan from the expansion funds that are held in reserve at the district, part of the overall assets of the district.
How are we paying that back?
You're paying that back at an interest of, let me see, of $75,000 per year. That's one of my questions, is the operating headquarters 10-year loan amount of $3 million. It was up by $500,000 original cost, with an interest rate of 2.5%, 5 years interest only, at $75,000. My question is it $75,000 per year for the amount for the total loan balance, or is it per, per year?
The first 5 years, there's a $75,000 interest-only payment.
Is that per year?
Per year for the first 5 years. There's a $75,000 interest-only payment on that loan, internal loan, which will be paid from unallocated investment earnings back to the expansion funds.
Okay. What about the $3 million?
Once the first 5-year period is completed, the $3 million, or approximately up to $3 million, will be repaid from district operations once the existing bond that was refinanced last year has been satisfied, and that will be in fiscal year 2017-18.
Okay, so our rate increase will help pay that $75,000.
No, the rate increase has nothing to do with the satisfaction of that loan. We also have properties that are held and currently have been surplus and put up for sale. When those properties are sold, they will also go to help satisfy that loan.
And that will cover how much of that loan?
Well, we don't know what they'll sell for. We have them on the
You
market.
should have an estimate
We
price
have them on the market for about $750,000.
after, for a $3 million loan.
That is just a portion of the funds that will be used to repay that loan.
Thank you. Your master plan shows you spent $43,241 for updates. Is CCWD management staff unable to perform these duties?
That's correct. We currently do not have a district engineer and currently function with a very limited staff in order to do that work.
When you requested the employees revise their MOU, but it does not appear that management or the board has taken any cuts. The following budget items can and should be reduced. Board members, $125 per board meeting, up to 7 per month. It's $875. Healthcare benefits, $62,805. Meetings, which include your lunch, your dinner, it's $2,100. Travel, $4,000. The following accounts are receiving increases. If CCWD is lacking funds, then why are these increased budgets budgeted for the administrative service? $17,695 increase for CEO salary. $35,965 increase in administrative benefits. $105,000 in increase in legal fees. $11,700 increase for training and conferences. $48,635 increase for capital outlay for a computer system that has already failed with the county.
What was that?
It is for capital outlay for a computer system. That's the same, it's the same one as the county has.
Now, I'm going to ask for some help here. None of these things you're bringing up right now are
It
directly
will.
related.
It does.
directly-
It does.
Wait a minute.
It
Are
does.
not
You need a lot of
directly
help.
related
You need a lot of
to
help.
the rate increase that we're talking about.
It
right now.
does. If you'll let me get to the end, it will. I promise you, sir. I promise.
I will give you a little more time.
No, you won't. You'll allow me the time that they already gave me.
That's not for you to give.
The following amount line items are increased for financial service. Please explain me these budget increases. $152,528 salary increase, $81,146 budget increase, $10,800 miscellaneous benefits. Operation headquarters, 10-year loan, amount of $3,000, well, we already covered that, I'm sorry. PERS funding. PERS fund obligation, $1,974,792 with payment interest of $26,051. This is what you took out as a loan to pay for that obligation. The CCWD hadn't proceeded to build the new headquarters, it would not have been necessary to borrow to pay for this obligation, which would have saved the district money on interest. It appears that the board's representative, CEO, and administrative staff have not been physically responsible. You have constantly asked the workers to cut back, but have not made any concessions in your salary or benefits. Your CEO said the line, or the main that broke, should have been replaced in 2007. We had a rate increase in 2007. Why wasn't money put aside? When you put a pipe in the ground, or you plan for new sewer plant, you have a capital outlay reserve. You have not done that. Okay. Increase in wages and benefits for CEO, which are already higher than most for the water district of this size. You can shake your head.
That's not true.
Well, directors per diem, benefits and perks should be revisited.
Is this one of the perks?
Being paid $125,
yeah.
plus you're getting a free lunch.
I make a little bit more than $125 a day generally.
Well, I know,
don't need to take it.
but that's your own business. Okay? Also, what the board has done is give Mrs. Lopez a bonus of $30,000 plus a wage increase. The rate increase in 2007 for 5 years at 80%. Where did these funds go? And how much did you collect from that rate increase? I haven't heard that number. Then you bought a new fleet of trucks. Not only did your auditor, but your CEO at the beginning of their budget and audit said that you're in financial good condition, but be conservative on your spending. That was at the start of 2012-2013 budget. And what I just listed here are your expenditures. Evidently, you didn't heed their work. Do not feel CCW should be allowed a rate hike until they show that they are financially responsible. These figures are based on 2012-2013 budget and audit. My other question is, how much does it cost this district to move into their new offices? How much is the cost for the new furniture for the new office? I haven't heard that either. And basically, that's my point, that's why I'm against the rate hike, because basically you have not managed your money very well. You went against the CEO and auditor's advice to be conservative, and you have not. And I will tell you that for a fact. So anyhow, that does conclude my interpretation and protest of your rate hike.
Next up, I will call on Patricia Gutierrez.
Mr. President, board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Patricia Gutierrez, Vallecito. I represent tenants because they were not allowed to represent themselves. Text of Proposition 218 under the Right to Vote on Taxes Act states, and I'd like this duly recorded, property ownership shall be deemed to include tenancies of real property where tenants are directly liable to pay the assessment, fee, or charge in question. Our tenants were not allowed to vote on this. They're facing daily increases on their cost of living without enjoying increases in salaries, retirement benefits, and as you know, they cannot afford water and sewer increases. We understand the issues that this board is facing. They're not new and should have been foreseen and provided for years ago. Instead of risky financial investments, wage increases, and new headquarters. I'm sincerely concerned about this lack of financial responsibility, fiduciary responsibility to us.
she had a question in there.
You have a question in that?
Yes, the question was, why were tenants not allowed to vote as homeowners?
We can either answer that now or make it part of the presentation.
Well, go ahead and answer it now if you will, please.
The way the case law is interpreted and the way the law has been interpreted on that provision is that the law looks at who is primarily responsible for the bill, the CCWD. CCWD does not have any accounts with tenants. You have to be a property owner per their policy to have an account with CCWD. So because of that, that's why property owners are the primarily responsible parties. And that's why the only property owners get to.
Our tenants understand what their monthly payment is to us, but they also understand that water and sewer is added on to that because we as owners don't pay for it.
That is between the tenant and the landlord. And the way the law looks at it is who actually has the account with CCWD. And the person who has the account with CCWD is the property owner. So that's what the law requires to notice CCWD, because CCWD can't get into what people's arrangements are. And it's, and that's not what the law requires. So that's why the property owners.
Why does pest control and these pest companies,
Just a minute, sir. Next is Ken Duncan.
Having attended the last couple of board meetings, one of the major complaints was you can't seem to get anybody to come out to your board meetings. I think you found a reason and somebody showed up. The other situation that seems to be coming from CCWD is you need more rates because the rates have not been raised often enough and fast enough. So I did come to CCWD, requested and received information that in the year 2000, which was the year my wife and I purchased property up here, the water rates were $17.38 a month. The sewer rates were $22.17 per month, and they were actually different in different districts. I picked the Ebbets Pass district because that's where I live. And if you combine those rates, and multiply them times 12, the yearly cost for water and sewer was $474.60, and there were no tier rates. The rate increases were increased in 2002. As far as Ebbets Pass goes, if I did my arithmetic, it was a 26.6% increase, and the rates were stabilized to be the same in all districts. Then in 2007, they raised the rates again, went into effect in 2008, and they included the tier rates, which went into effect on July 1st, 2007. So if we fast forward now to September of 2017, if you adopt this rate increase, the water rates will be $66.84 a month, or $802.08 a year. Sewer rates will be $109.46, totaling $13.52, and a combined total for the year of $2,115.60. That's about 4.5 times what the rates were in 2000. And if you add the tier rate increases that went into effect in 2007, you're somewhere between 5 and 6 times the rates that were being charged in the year 2000. And I would ask you to see whether you can find any entity in existence during that particular 16-year period, which included one recession and one depression, of anybody who thinks they can raise rates. Because if you figure the average per year, that's about 30 or 40% increase average per year during that 16-year period.
question then has to be asked, if we have been forced to pay these ridiculous rates, and if you adopt this, it'll even get worse, and what have we, the ratepayers, gained by paying all this money? And of course, the answer is absolutely nothing. The supposed infrastructure problem that you keep saying over and over again that is so dire, and I pointed it out at previous board meetings, it's right up on the wall. It says identify and prioritize the repair and replacement or improvement of aging district facilities, and that sign is dated 2003. You've had 67 years to prepare for this, and you have done absolutely nothing. The rate increase that was more or less demanded in 2007 was based on the fact that you needed to do the infrastructure repairs, and you managed to get the rates raised. But where did the money go? It went directly into the general fund. It went directly to overhead. It went to perpetuating what you have really created over these years, which is a culture, what I will call a culture. Your general manager, as far as I know, is probably the highest paid individual in the county. You've got employees among the highest paid in the county. As was pointed out a few minutes ago, you have a nice fleet of vehicles you all drive around in, and now a new $3 million going on $4 million building, so you can sit in your nice cozy offices and figure out how you're going to spend more of our money. Obviously, and we have no reason to believe that you won't take this money and do exactly what you did the last time and the time before, that perpetuating this culture seems to have been the #1 priority, certainly not infrastructure.
Are you about to wind up, Ken?
I am winding up right now. So if you can try to find some way to tell us you're not going to do the same thing you've done over and over again, and don't tell me you're going to put it in reserves, because we already know, even if you did set up a reserve for this, we now know by your own rules and regulations that you could say, yeah, we're going to do that, and then come back to the next meeting and put it back in a different fund and spend it on raises. You're already talking about hiring new people in the newspaper article over the weekend. You're moving into a new building. See this nice big room? We're going to hire more people to put in there. That's all I got to say.
I'm jumping around on this list. I'm going to jump to Dennis Mills.
Is Jeff in the room?
No, he's not.
I need Jeff here before I talk.
Well, whoever did the presentation.
Why are you jumping
around?
When we
Usually
signed
let's
in.
go in order.
Well,
Well,
those who didn't sign up right away, we're going to have to wait a long time.
Oh, come on.
We got all day.
If the desire is to go in the order, then I'll be happy to go in the order.
That's what your CEO said, that you're gonna take them in order. So take them in order as your CEO
Common
told you.
sense. That's what a list is for.
I thought I was trying to do people a favor by
No,
jumping
you
around.
did enough favors in the past 20 years.
You've done us a lot of favors.
Dale, is it Pelgrim?
Dale Pilgrim.
Okay.
Members of the board and key staff and all my fellow citizens. I'll start with that because I may have you all mad at me before I'm done. First, I'd like to say who I represent. First and foremost is I'm the chairperson of the Edwards Pass Property Owners Council, which meets monthly. We represent 9,000 property owners in District 3, 6,000 of which are ratepayers. Second role is I'm the president of a subdivision, however I'm not on the board, so I have a board member here with me. And that's about 280 ratepayers. And the question for them, of course, is not so much the rate increase, which isn't directly, but the fact that the subdivision itself's budget will go up significantly. 5% of the budget today is water.
What subdivision?
Pinebrook subdivision up in Arnold. So they will be a double hit over time as the dues will go up for the subdivision to help counter this increase. The two gentlemen before me, I really applaud their efforts of bringing out the details and the data. I'd like to approach it in a more general view, but which I believe was very clear from all three speakers. Key issue on this whole thing is trust. We have, as they'll say, after 50 years, lack of transparency, or let's call it non-practical operations as far as a company goes. Private companies, you know, they are run very specifically regarding how they budget and execute. They're responsible to their stakeholders. They don't do well. They don't compete with other companies that produce the same products with similar type. They fail and they're gone. All of us who have homeowner associations are required by all kinds of laws, which we have several people that spend all their year writing 3,000 new laws on how they want us to run our associations. We're required by law to specifically, from a budgeting point of view, run under a certain level set of controls. I really had hoped that through this process, I would see a significant change in how you structure your financial operations. The key elements aren't there. I do applaud the continual efforts by Jeff and the rest to provide details, but I'm sorry, folks, a basic structure that we are required to do as a corporation is not being used here. And it's a clear separation and no misguided crossovers, use, borrowing, stealing across these elements of the budget. You've got operating and maintenance, where maintenance is defined as a certain level in response to activities. You've got a capital budget, which is for capital expansion. And you have a reserve budget, completely separate. It's too late to recover for 50 years of either misuse or lack of identifying that budget. I hear rumors here talking about, I think one of you brought it up earlier in the meeting, well, we're kind of off on the side trying to create a reserve budget and protect it, because 4 out of 5 people get to vote to steal from it. I don't know why it's 5 out of 5, and how you get the controls and pace to replay it. But today, you do not identify a true reserve budget showing where the revenue flows into it. You confuse it all by keep talking about capital, whereas capital is for new projects, which by themselves, when you do the assessment for reserve, generate additional requirements for reserve to replace them, whether it's a roof, whether it's a pipe, whether it's rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic, whatever you guys are doing, to put these things into those specific budgets and manage them. And the lack of that execution to do that, I still consider what the previous speaker said, is we'll be right back here in 5 more years. So it's that visibility, that level of trust. So I've got 30 seconds left. Here's my recommendation. And please, no knives in the back. If you are going to make a decision on what you're going to do, my recommendation is you change a little bit of your approach. You've got to get us some trust. So rather than the outrageous increase, why don't you take, say, 5% for 3 years? And you'll be measured on that. And you'll report back. And you will have a budget identified in those categories. Capital, which you've got good sources. You've got grants. You've got expansion money coming in, which is required and dedicated for the support of that expansion, assuming we ever sell any more property in this county so you can attach to it. All right, the last part of that requirement would be that you actually can support and present to us the status over those 3 years of 5% a year. Now you can come back and say, all right, after 3 years, which is getting close, by the way, to the 4th year in which your loan payback of the $2 million a year is complete. I think it's 2017, which Jeff verified for me. 600 of that could be applied to infrastructure, in this case, specifically reserves. The rest of it would have to go into capital, because I believe it's dedicated to support attachment and infrastructure of new investments. Now you've got that money coming back. We can see your execution on the 5% a year for 3 years, and then get a chance to see what the economy's doing. Are you getting more? Are you getting more income? Are you getting more attachments? Some visibility. Well, let's not do another 5 years. We can't see what you're doing. The budgets aren't allocated. There's a little stuff going along behind the scenes, which several of you weren't here for, but went on for 50 years. Give us some visibility. Put in place a measurable plan where you can come back every year in 3 years, and then let's go forward from there. That's realistic. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, Al Segala.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This is pretty exciting for some of the people here. One of the things that we have concern about is that the lack of knowledge that we have of what's really going on, or at least I have. I don't really know the nature of the problem. It appears to be systemic. And that means part of the system. The system includes more than the district. It includes influences from the state and from the federal government. The nature of those influences could be part of the problem. There could be regulatory requirements that are not reasonable, or maybe even hurtful in some ways. These need to be identified and some effort made to correct it. One of the reasons that, well, probably the only reason why we're able to have this meeting and to protest the rates is Prop 218. Prop 218 was established or was promoted by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association. Its president is John Coupel. John's going to be a speaker at our function on the 24th, our annual barbecue. And I have a feeling that some of the people here may want to hear what he has to say about the application of 218, not only the issues that are brought up now, but there may be more to it. And perhaps he might have some ways that not only can our district improve itself, but perhaps districts throughout California could, based on what we learn here and what could be done at the state level. So we recommend that you do not pass this rate increase, and that you do a thorough investigation along the lines of discovery that's been discovered now, and provide total sunshine to the ratepayers. Thank you.
Dennis Mills, are you ready? Is Jeff around? He's outside. You want me to?
Well,
Jeff Myers, can you come on in?
I can take my shot here. Your tail's getting sore yet?
Damn the bad luck.
You're in company chairs.
You're in company. Oh, they are. For those that don't know me, I'm Dennis Mills. I ran for this board back in 1988, so I have a little history with the district back then, and since that point moved on to the corporate world. But I'd like to actually, if somebody wants to take a pencil and piece of paper, they can write these numbers down. Back in 1988, the investment package for the district was $28 million. Now, I do recall that there was some pretty heavy investments in GMAC at that point, and I don't know if the $19 million of North Fork money was put in either at that point. But by 2005, those investments had grown to $45,209. Now, somebody said something about there was Lehman Brothers investment, that's fine. By 2012, these come from their audited financial statements. The money had dropped to $21,743.
I assume you made it.
That's, or 21 million, I'm sorry. Thank you. The point being is that if there was $24 million reduced, or $23 million reduced in these investments, and you didn't lose it, that means you spent it. Where did it go? Because where it went, it should have been important. From 2002 to 2012, your salaries went from $4 million to $8 million. Well, you're doing a reduction in your actual values. Now, you're talking about assets on the ground of 300 million? Is that what you said? 300 million? Mr. Davidson? No, Mr. Davidson, you said actual assets?
I think we're talking apples and oranges.
Okay, but our actual assets on the ground here was about 300 some million. We just talked about it earlier. Mine was 400 plus. So there has to be a sense of accountability and responsibility for the money that is put in front of you to take care of. Now, Bill Purley in the Arnold meeting talked about McKay's Point.
And you saw the wonderful little slide of all the water going up in the air and the 200 PSI pressure that's going on up there, trying to move that water up in Arnold. Well, everybody needs to know that Flying Acres was an alternate source for that tap years ago, and you didn't have to run it downhill. So there's mistakes that have been made over the years. We understand that. But to continue to do it over and over again starts to make me question judgments. And questioning judgments even comes down to who you hire and how much you pay for. Because in reality, when you hire somebody, you expect to get a return on an investment. And if you're not getting a return, it's time for them to go. If you have to hire studies to be done, that to me is a way of shoveling responsibility, because you don't want to take the responsibility yourself. So when we start talking about, for instance, Vallecito, in that project, there was an actual statement that was made that there would be a dedicated capital fund that was to be included as part of the project. Where did it go? You had to turn around and get money from somewhere when you actually had to do those repairs? How did that happen? It's because the money back in '88, as I recall, and I railed against this, was not being put into actual capital improvement funds. It was going to the general fund, and then they were divvying it out as needed. In fact, there was even swapping at that time between the water and the sewer funds to pay for things, which was totally wrong. So I think what we need to look at is, for instance, the '03 budget. There was money given to the Human Resource Council, I think it was $10,000 to handle lifeline rates. I don't know whether that actually came to fruition or not. But gentlemen, we've got to protect the brand here. That's really what it comes down to. The responsibility lies with every one of you. I saw these employees going in and out of here this morning, and Mr. Dooley, you understand what a gig line is. So let's tuck in our shirts. Let's look the part of being proud of what we work for and who we work for. And anytime you make a statement on behalf of an organization and that statement's not able to be backed up, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen in my world. You're gone because you're not protecting the brand. Okay? It's very important for you. If you made a promise to the residents of Vallecito years ago, it'd be $12 a month for sewer rates, and now they're paying $67.50. Is that protecting the brand? So there's transparency here that is really, really short in what we're seeing. And I think that it's very important for us that we don't stand back. Now that you've got our attention, let's not let go. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, Kathy Tophet, is that right?
Close enough.
Close enough. How do you pronounce it?
Hi, I'm Kathy Topol, and I'm a resident of Copperopolis. I'm also a Director of Senior Services for Catholic Charities, and I'm here today representing the Calaveras Commission on Aging. We do a lot of work with the aging population. As I mentioned at the board meeting last week, we have approximately 30% of Calaveras residents that are over the age of 60, living on an average Social Security rate of $1,157 a month, with an average rent payment of $778 a month, which leaves them approximately $379 a month to live on: utilities, food, medications, water, sewer. Federal poverty rate is at $957. You can see these people live $200 a month above the poverty rate. 11.8% of our residents live below the poverty rate. Somebody, Pat already mentioned renters. 21% of our population are renters. They weren't able to protest this, but they have to pay the bill. This and some other reasons, I have a real issue with administration not living in our county. They come in here from other counties, they say, oh, this little Bodunk county needs to live like Sacramento, San Francisco. I'm sorry, we're not them. I have a real issue with that. I also have an issue with board members that are going to be voting on this today, but they're not affected by these rates. For these reasons and for these vulnerable populations, I ask you to reconsider doing this rate.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank you for being at our last board meeting.
I was shamed.
What do you say?
Yeah.
You were.
You were. But you still stayed.
I did.
And I appreciate your comments. One of the things, one of your comments is, we cannot force any employee to live in Calaveras County. It's illegal. We can't do it.
Correct.
So
True.
it doesn't, we don't have that kind of control.
But you have control over who you hire.
But we can't say, in order to hire you.
Correct.
So those are our limits that we have as board members. Also, we only have one employee. That's the general manager. We hire and fire the general manager. That's the only one we have any control over. So we do this really carefully. This is something that we took 6 months to do this process. It isn't an easy process, and we feel like we did a real good job in terms of who we hired. I think that'll show as time goes on. Right now, it's probably not apparent to a lot of people that are here today because they're upset. But I do want to appreciate you coming to the meetings because that is critical. That's how transparency takes place. And I love seeing people at these meetings. So please return.
Okay, I'd like to go to Marty Craig.
Morning, Mark Craig, Valley Springs. I brought something that I believe you were already handed at the town hall meeting in Valley Springs. I certainly appreciate everyone doing their homework, coming with the details, because without the details, you can't really talk about apples and apples, oranges and oranges. You can't fix anything. So I really appreciate all the homework that was done by some of our citizens. And someone mentioned that you got our attention. Well, yeah, it takes a while to get our attention sometimes. I know that we all see how ill-equipped we are for large groups in this meeting room here. So, but it will hold a good number of people. So please come down to the meetings. Some of the things that we've talked about here this morning, the concerns that have been brought up, have been delved into and hashed out in meetings such as the last board meeting when there were a few people here. It was very exciting. So, but she mentioned that the 5-year CIP plan is inconsistent with CCWD's own 2012-2013 budget and CIP project lists, and the plan's costs seem to be inflated. The capital improvement programs and lists in CCWD's final operating budget and final CIP budget do not match the new 5-year CIP plan project list posted on the CCWD website earlier this month, along with rate increases. The discrepancies in projects, priorities, and costs are vast. And these are just some of the examples that she wanted some response and some communication back and forth on to come to a better understanding. The pressure relief valves in the 2012-13 budget said that 30 PRVs needed replacement or repair, an estimated cost of $10,000 each, replaced 2 per year. If all 30 PRVs were replaced or repaired at once, it would add up to $300,000. But in the new 5-year CIP plan, PRV rebuilds had listed a cost of $1,250,000, which is an increase in $950,000. Excuse me. The water tank rehab, 5 water tank rehabilitation projects were listed at a cost of $50,000 to $100,000 each, for a total of $300,000 for all 5 tanks. In the new 5-year CIP plan, the cost to rehabilitate these same 5 water tanks is shown as $990,000, which is an increase of $690,000. And by the way, I'm hoping that there is a really good detailed explanation for each one of these things, because we're all looking at numbers and it's very easy to end up looking at apples and oranges and different things, and we all interpret numbers differently. So I'm really hoping that we get answers on this. The sewer lift stations, which are such a critical issue as well. The budget state, 12-13 budget states that 35 copper code lift stations need upgrades at $40,000 each. Upgrade 2 of them per year. If all 35 lift stations were upgraded at once, this would be a cost of $1.4 million. In the new 5-year CP plan, 16 lift stations are slated to be upgraded or replaced for a total cost of $4.52 million. For only 16 lift stations instead of 35, there's an increase in cost of $3.12 million. Copper Cove reclaimed water plant reconfiguration. The CIP budget for unfunded projects shows Copper Cove reclaimed water plant reconfiguration priced at $400,000. In the new 5-year plan, the project is listed for $4.5 million, which is a $4.1 million increase. There are a few other things in here that she's brought up. And she wanted, this was Colleen Platt of Rancho Calaveras. I don't believe she was able to come here today, but she's still waiting. And she read these things out, and the whole room at the Rancho Clubhouse heard it, and they were concerned as well. So it's not just questions that are being requested for answers that are being requested by one person. Now we all have a concern. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Larry Foster. Larry Foster here. Bertha Underhill.
Bertha. Oh, thank you, thank you. Well, I didn't make 15 of the meetings, but I think I made half a dozen of your meetings between where you're going to discuss the rate increase. Wow, have we heard some information today, and as I've said before, this is deja vu all over again, because in 2007, I was there, okay? I was sitting where Don Stump was, or excuse me, I was sitting where Dennis was, because I was the president at the time that we put in the 2007 rate increase. Just to give you a little bit of background, we had left, we knew we had to have a rate increase. We knew that infrastructure needed repair. We knew we had to have CIP. We knew all of these things. And there was a general manager at that time, and does the name Alan Turner ring a bell with anyone?
Yeah.
Okay, he brought us a rate increase, and that rate increase was something like 30%, if I remember correctly. 30% rate increase across the board. He didn't last, okay? He was gone. The board that was sitting there after Alan was gone got all these figures again, and we reworked it to make it a palatable rate increase. And that's all I have said to all of you every time I've come. I represent Commission on Aging from District 3. I'm working with the senior citizens who are on a fixed income. I'm working with the lower income people. We cannot face this rate increase. You know, as I said before, I can do it, probably, you know, the front row can do it, but that's not the issue. We have how many people Kathy Topo talked about who are living just below the poverty line. So all we're asking you is to take this rate increase back, work it, and I loved listening to what Dale Pilgrim suggested. Think about what we're telling you, or what we have been telling you for the last 45 days that you've been covering all this county. Rework that rate increase. We cannot do it. Guys, we cannot do it. And there's a couple of things, excuse me, on the 218 position. It says, this is one where we're understanding Proposition 218, and I understand we didn't get nearly as many protest letters that we did, but thank you to all of the thousands of people who did it. Property ownership, and this is understanding Prop 218. Property ownership shall be deemed to include tenancies of real property where tenants are directly liable to pay the assessment fee or charge in question. Isn't that a renter? No? That's, you know,
the key word I think, Bertha, is directly responsible. And the homeowner is directly responsible for the owner's property, I think has been explained by Council Nat.
Okay, well, that was, that's just something that I read that I wanted to clarify. The other thing that I wanted to say is that here's another thing. Revenues derived, well, maybe you can just explain this to me. Revenues derived from the fee or charge shall not exceed the funds required to provide the property-related service. Explain that. I mean, that's, you're going to up the water rates or the sewer rates. What are you going to give us more?
In Vallecito, nothing.
Right.
I think what it means is to cover the cost of running the system. The system needs upgrades, and this is going to
Wait a second.
divide the cost amongst the. Read it again.
It says, revenues derived from the fee or charge shall not exceed the funds required to provide the property-related service.
To each property.
What that means is the district, as I mentioned before, the district cannot make a profit. It can only charge what is required to provide the water, which includes improving and maintaining the facilities, which is being discussed here. So that is, that the study that is performed for that purpose to make sure that the rates that are being proposed don't go more than is necessary. And you also can cover your improvements with your capital improvements, and that's what we're discussing. And you can cover the cost of service. They don't get to make a profit. They don't get to have a slush fund. And that is in the rates. The study has been done, and that's what the rates are proposed.
Well, I hope I understand that. Okay, so anyway, all right, so what you're saying is the amount of a fee or charge imposed upon any parcel or person as an incident of property ownership shall not exceed the proportional cost of the service attributable to the parcel. But you're saying to me, improvements, capital improvements have to be a part of that cost. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Repairing the maintenance has to be part of that. Otherwise, we would never be able to charge to repair and maintain the facility.
So the delivery system to get water to the parcel and the sewage system to get sewage away from the parcel are all part of the cost of going to that particular parcel.
Well, it sounds like if you're doing upgrades in another district, you're charging a rate.
One district.
Represents from different divisions.
One district.
Okay, but that, that's what you're saying, it's your interpretation, but I'm only saying, take it back, rework the numbers, give it to us so that we can swallow.
Well, can I ask you a favor? In working with the groups that you and this other young lady are working with, it's an obstacle for us. I personally would love to be able to have some sort of a base rate for a certain class of citizens definable as poverty. I, for one, would subsidize my neighbors and be happy to pay a subsidy for that. But the state does not allow us to do that. Could you guys maybe take some time and contact the governor and ask him to change that law for us?
Oh, yeah.
Many organizations have come up with some sort of, way we can help it. I was proud of CCWD for 7 years, Jeff, you know that. We came together as a board, Bob, Jeff, myself, we held a golf tournament. What's a golf tournament these days? These people were happy to come to the golf tournament, and the funds were used to supplement the sewer rate. because it was terrible. Well, it is.
But why do we have to do that?
Well, why do we have to do it? It comes out of our hearts. That's
No,
why
no,
we
I'm
have to.
saying legally, why do we have to do that?
Oh, okay, well, all right, Jeff, that's gonna take time. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, Kathy, we can do that. We can certainly do that.
Great, we appreciate it.
Okay? Yeah.
There is a mechanism to address the presumed inequality. And it's easy for me to recognize, excuse me, sorry. It's
You all
easy for
need
me
your
to recognize
microphones
this
on, they
inequality.
can't hear outside.
I know, that's why I have this in my hand. And that is, because we are special districts, we have very specific limitations, as has been stated before, by state law that will not allow us to subsidize rates. However, as an organization, CCWD, in conjunction with other special districts in the county that are going to be faced with the same kinds of problems that we're faced with right now, can get together with the county and come up with some potential solutions to this problem. But that's where it's got to start. I think I mentioned that up in Arnold. But we got to take it. I was in Arnold. Well, you never seen it. But that's not the point. The point is that there are mechanisms even within the county to address that. We can, but we can certainly be part of the process as well as your citizen groups and things like that. And I would suggest that the momentum that's coming out of this meeting and previous meetings and hopefully subsequent meetings will be able to address this issue, because I don't think we should lose it. Because, I'm pleased at the numbers of people that have come out for this thing. I'm sorry that it's for this particular reason, because I think a lot of the questions that have been raised, a lot of the implications and accusations that have been leveled wouldn't have been leveled if people had been participating over a much longer period of time. But anyhow, that being said, I would like very much for us to get together with other special districts in the county, the other water and wastewater agencies, and sit down with the county itself and figure out how we can address this problem, because it's a serious problem. I totally agree with you.
And I agree, and thank you for your efforts and, the momentum. I'm not saying stop the momentum, but pause. Gentlemen, take a look at this rate increase you have to. Thank you.
Rosemary Vaughn, can't quite make out the last part of that last name. Is Rosemary here?
Yes.
Rosemary? They said funny, she said what she wanted to have.
All right. Julie Hollers?
Julie Hollers, Vallecito. I had addressed in the Arnold meeting about low income. I'm one of those low income people. I own my house. I worked hard for that. I paid my bills off, but I can't afford this increase. I can't. I asked about assistance. It was referred to the county. The county they don't provide assistance. I called them. They didn't even know it was a newspaper stating social services was supposed to be looked at if people needed assistance. My question is, there's an ordinance that requires us to be hooked up. Can we look into changing that ordinance? Because I can live off of my own system. I can afford to pay off my own system. I cannot afford this increase. I can't. And I refuse to lose my house because of that. So my question to you, the county is not providing assistance. What is the answer for those of us that cannot pay our bill? And that came straight from the county. They did not know that there was an article in the newspaper referring it to them. Telegrass Enterprise. It said referred to social services from Mr. Dion.
I'm familiar with that citation of my words, so.
I should have brought the newspaper, it's in it.
But it's brought out just in the most recent discussion. We don't have a mechanism in which to address.
Right, so tell me, what do I do? Explain to me, what do I do?
So that's what Director Dean was alluding
I
to.
can't wait 5 years for you guys to come up with a program.
As Director Dean was alluding to, the mechanism in which a relief fund can be established is broader than probably what CCWD as a community could do with our community fundraisers. And as he was suggesting, working with countywide, perhaps under the auspices of the county, to address the social needs of the community.
So my question to you, can we get the ordinance changed to release those of us that can put in a private system to get out of this district? How do we get the ordinance changed? Because I'm not going to sit back and lose my house.
certainly the board can take up that kind of issue for an ordinance which the board can pass. Ultimately, there's systems designed and constructed for those that already are connected and plan to be connected, and that includes systems like in your neighborhood. And so that transfers the cost back to your other neighbors.
Correct, but I'm concerned with my family, so tell me, what do I do?
Well, I have a concern about this. It seemed when Vallecito, when we got the grant for the recent, this is Vallecito, you know?
Correct.
I think we need to review our policy, because it seemed at the time when we talked about this, because I know that we had concerns about people that were on the outer boundaries of the service area having to pay for the infrastructure to take a sewer line all the way to them. Typically, in the subdivision, the developer comes to us, usually they hand them over to us. It's one thing I'd like to address later, how many systems and CCWDs actually constructed. But anyway, getting back to Vallecito, it seems like we wanted to ensure that if somebody was on the outer boundaries of Vallecito and would have to pay perhaps $50,000, $60,000 for a sewer line to go all the way, through 3 or 4 people's properties, that we were going to allow them the ability to request a septic. So, I mean, maybe we should go back and look at that.
I have 13 acres, and I have no problem.
It's a requirement. When we build a sewer system, we take the total amount of the people that are possibly on the system, and that's how we divide the cost up. Amongst, if it'll serve 100 people, it's 100, it's the cost divided by 100. And that's how we do it. We can't add anything to it. So we have to count everybody, and that's what Mr. Dino's talking about. It will shift the burden on the others, and you would probably be required to have your environmental health would be the first place I'd go, and make sure that you have a fully functional, modern, to today's standard septic system, because you may not.
I don't, but I would be able to pay one off in 5 years. So my question with the ordinance, can we get the ordinance changed?
20 grand, so perhaps you can pay off in 5 years, but maybe start with environmental health, and then we should probably review what we, Vallecito, because I know we had this discussion, because it was a concern of mine, that we weren't gonna require somebody that's way the heck off in the middle of nowhere, to pay for all the infrastructure, getting, if it was a.
This is getting over outside of our purview. And also the county.
That's my suggestion.
The county has, the environmental health might be very hard to get them to approve.
I already checked with environmental health. It all comes down to the county ordinance being released from your district. I've already checked with them.
Is it a CCWD ordinance or a county ordinance?
County ordinance.
Good luck.
So again, I'm asking, Mr. Davidson, is it possible? Because I don't have an option. I have no
Right
option.
now, I don't actually, but it's certainly something that we can look into.
So thank you for actually listening to me. I appreciate that.
My concern is that until the county changes the ordinance, it's not a thing we can do. Because it's a county ordinance, it's not CCWD. Now, Jeff would be very much interested in engaging in this conversation. I'm entirely sympathetic to your situation, but there are sometimes when our hands are tied, and I'd like to follow up with you.
So if I could get a county ordinance change, does it look like a possibility that maybe we could be released from the district? Is that what we're saying?
I'm certainly willing to entertain that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dean, a correction, that ordinance was put in place at the time Vallecito went in to be sure that the people there were forced to connect. So, what you're saying is a little bit out of timeline.
Right.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
Go look at the ordinance timeline in relation to Vallecito's project and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Well, the point I was trying to raise, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it a county ordinance or is it?
Yes, it is a county ordinance,
Okay.
and the
Well, the whole point
boundaries
that
were arbitrarily added. Parcels were added to that in order to make the project viable, and that is in the documents that I
Well,
have.
the point that I was trying to make is that as a county ordinance, we don't have any control over that. Now, if we sit down with Ms. Holler, is that correct?
Yes, and I have, is it Jaron Spellman? He said he could speak on behalf of this also.
But, but obviously this is a conversation that's going to have to continue. One thing, when I said good luck, I didn't say that to be flippant. I was saying that, you know, you're starting on a whole nother bureaucracy.
But my problem is that when we say there's no option, that's my problem. I don't believe that. When you tell seniors, and I know I'm not a senior, I'm military retired, and I have a limited income. My benefits are nowhere near yours, and that's besides the point. But when you say there's no option, then I have a problem with that. I don't believe that. You can't just say, we're gonna raise your rates. I know you can't afford it, but that's all you're gonna do. That's it. I don't believe that. There has to be an option. And if it means changing the ordinance, well then I'm gonna pursue that.
A former military, I can do an apology for the good luck deal myself.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't meant in the way that it's being interpreted. Okay, Ms. Hollers, I would like to apologize to you if that took that in the wrong way.
Thank you.
I can speak real quick if you have something on the ordinance.
The ordinance is kind of outside of where we're at, but I heard from the board was interest in pursuing that kind of discussion again, and certainly it can be followed up with, but it's really kind of outside of where you're at.
Okay, Colleen Platt. Is Colleen Platt outside?
You have people outside, yes I am.
There's a whole bunch of people out there and they eat. So thank you, and thank you, Marty, for speaking for me. She didn't know. This morning. Just something that came up recently, Colleen Platt, a resident of Valley Springs, Rancho Calaveras. Good morning, Fairly. On the lower income subsidy rates, I think this came up before when we were talking about rates, when we increased rates in 2007, and I was pretty sure I heard a discussion that there could be a subsidy rate if it went to a vote. There was some type of procedure for bringing that to the ratepayers and actually offering that as an option. I thought I heard that, so perhaps the Commission on Aging people and other people might look into that, because it sounds like there's a lot of support for people to do something like that if there is a legal option. I read something recently that just reminded me of that. So it was just notes from the last ratepayer meeting that was brought back and that subject came up. So. I was at the Rancho meeting and I said a couple brief things, but I didn't get into the whole letter that I submitted. And thank you very much, Marty, for reading the details of the discrepancy in costs that were bothering me. I've supported CCWD rate increases in the past, and I understand infrastructure costs. I understand the problems that we're all facing. So I'm not against a rate increase per se. It's just that this particular one, as many people have stated, seems excessive, and we all would like you to revisit those rates, number one. The second point is our lack of confidence in board policies. The 2007 rate increase, we were also told that that was necessary to cover the cost of services and maintenance and capital improvements, and we were under the understanding that's why we did that. So now you're coming back and saying, that wasn't enough or it wasn't available. Actually, I'm hearing that none of that was available. So, we're hearing the same thing 6 years later. And in the 2008 board policy, the rates did include replacement costs. That's from the 2008 policy. So we're being told that they didn't. So there's a lack of confidence in your board policies and consistency there. We're afraid that we're just hearing the same thing year after year, and that you're going to come to us in another 5 years and say the same thing. So we do
it now. Absolutely, more than likely.
Okay. So every 5 years we're going to be told the same thing.
This is the end. It won't be the end. It is a moving target. It always has been a moving target.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at 50 to 70% rate increases every 5 years.
It seems like a trend to me.
for capital improvement, infrastructure, maintenance costs that haven't been addressed, so we have to do it on our backs only.
Well, we're the only people here.
Okay, if you're gonna be honest about it, then be honest with the people.
You guys want us to, I mean, I'm not gonna, I've got no reason to tell you something that isn't true. I mean,
I
you know,
understand
the
that.
big
We
problem
want
is
to
we
know
haven't
what-
collected enough money in the past, and,
Right.
you know, and to whatever level there's been mismanagement, you know, we gotta address that. But for us to sit here and say, and I guarantee you, I'm not gonna make you that promise, that this is it, because it has, nothing is the same about the business as when I took office 14 years ago. We had some people talking about 1988 to get the same. You know, I mean, the business is dramatically different than it was in 1988.
Okay, I'm talking 2007, the board, Jeff, could you let me speak? 2007, the board told us that these rate increases were to cover the cost of maintenance and infrastructure.
For every, did it? For every project, every piece of, like we had.
It was in the 2008 board policy, water and sewer rates were include replacement costs. That was our 2007 rate
Right,
increase
you also heard
justification.
us talk about the unrealized, because there was a rate increase, I'll try it one more time. There was a rate increase, which everyone had to pay more money. Property taxes went down, and then foreclosure, we had a lack of sales. So we ended up with flat rates. There was no new money coming into the district. There was more of your money, but there was less of your property taxes. And I don't think the two evened out, but there were less of your property taxes. And that's something, so we didn't realize the rate increase. Plus, there was the growth component, which at that time, we were in a high level of growth. We took about half the average growth, which I think was, we were growing at about 800 units per connections per year. And we, I believe staff recommended or approved it, that we would be conservative and say, well, we only anticipate a more historic growth rate of perhaps 400 connections per year. Well, we all know none of that materialized. So yes, that was a mistake of our estimation. Again, you know, to the level that it was our responsibility to guess into the future. You know, we failed guessing accurately into the future. But I mean, I just want people to realize, the rates went up, property taxes went down, we collected the same amount of money, and we did millions of dollars worth of infrastructure improvements during that time, but it wasn't enough. So to the extent, I'll take full responsibility, to the extent that we were supposed to forecast the future and know what was gonna happen with our economy, we were wrong. But we improved, we made millions, tens of millions of dollars of improvements. Some we paid for out of rates, some we paid for out of grants, but we didn't do nothing. And I'm just tired of hearing that you guys didn't do anything.
I didn't say that, Jeff, could you please? I've read that, and this may be wrong, but I've read that you used to allow $1 million a year for these improvements and infrastructure improvements, and you haven't been doing that the last few years. So it didn't sound like it was being used.
You paid more, property taxes went down, the rate, value stayed the same. So we didn't have this income.
I'm just saying
That's why.
that the board's policies didn't come to fruition there. So we are not confident, is what I'm saying. Another point of being not confident is what Marty went into. And I am not an accountant, so I apologize if I got numbers wrong, but I'm looking at the same projects on different lists from your capital improvement projects from 2008 and the one that was just posted last month. And you have just tremendous increases in costs, tremendous. You know, from 400,000 to 4.5 million. You know, Marty read the list of increases in costs. And I've talked to Bill Purley briefly, and I'm sure his costs are close or accurate. But what lists are we to believe? If we're looking at, you know, a capital project list here that says a project cost and another one here that says something totally different. You're asking us to believe this new list now. You know, that lists 23 million in this cost. Where do those numbers come from? We had no confidence in your list because your lists conflict with each other. So I would ask that you go back to those lists, come up with something that we can understand that where you get the figures from. Please phase and prioritize your projects. Right now, we just have a list. We don't know what you're going to do first, second, last. I know you can't guarantee that, but there's nothing in priority on there, and we don't know where the lists are coming from. the discrepancies in costs are just too vast for me to support the rates based on those lists. So basically, I agree with a lot of the previous speakers. Mr. Pilgrim recommended that we understand you need to increase the rates, but we would hope that you would not do it this exorbitantly. Do some type of a reduced rate increase, for a limited period of time. Maybe that would give you time to go through these capital improvement lists. Some of us in different areas feel like we're being ignored. Our projects in our area don't appear on that list. When do you intend to do that? Do you ever intend to do that? We would like to see something in a phased thing, something you need to do now, midterm, later. Just let us know. Let us know we're not ignored on your list. So I would just please reestablish trust with your rate players so that I have confidence in what you're doing. Thank you.
Does anybody object to that?
I'm going to get chewed out for this either way, but I'm going to jump to the outside list. The first one is for Mr. Topel.
Topel.
Pat.
Topel.
Topel, I'm sorry.
I have another half out there.
Yes, I'm Kathy's husband. I have experience with drinking water, and I was just wondering how much of these rate increases are coming from Title 17 and Title 22, all the way from the state government to the federal government to the EPA. And isn't it about time that you guys stop acting like lemmings and tell the state capital, to tell the federal capital, to tell the EPA that we have no capital? Thank you.
Mark Boyd, outside.
Well, I wrote down good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Mark Boyd, and I've been a CCWD ratepayer since '97. And I wrote a op-ed on these proposed rate hikes, submitted it to the Calaveras Enterprise, and it's available on their online edition. And I can summarize my comments in a few points. You know, I witnessed a large geyser of water cascading on Highway 4 on Friday from a ruptured water main, and according to Director Stubb, whom I spoke with on the phone on the weekend, this was the fourth mainline break over the past 5 to 6 months. So there should be no doubt, and you guys spoke to it, that the Arnold's water delivery system is in dire condition. However, it's understandable that there's a lot of skepticism out there from the public on whether CCWD can successfully execute the CIP plan that is before you today. And as I mentioned, I've been a ratepayer since '97. I believe there's been at least 3 rate hikes since '97. And each time, promises were made that extra funds were needed to address infrastructure. Now we find out that infrastructure needs were largely ignored. So the main question is, and I hope my time is taken up by your responses to my questions, but how is this board going to hold itself accountable that the CIP will be successfully executed? You know, what policies are you going to adopt along with these rate hikes to address the need for greater accountability and transparency? Also, in my conversations with Director Stump, I mentioned the need for an annual review of the CIP. He responded that he'd like to see monthly reviews. And he'd like to see large charts in the boardroom showing progress, and I support that idea. So are you going to have monthly reviews? Are you going to have charts? I also support what was mentioned today regarding the pursuit of state and federal grants. You know, anyone who believes that we shouldn't be looking for state and federal aid is saying that they don't want their funds being used here at home. In addition, I support the policy mentioned today that says these funds will be placed in a special account called dedicated funds. I'd like it to be called hands-off funds and cannot be removed under any circumstances. In conclusion, the comments made by those in attendance at town hall meetings held throughout the county and here today have displayed a great deal of outrage and should give directors a pause on implementing these massive increases. You know, therefore, a compromise appears to be the best solution. I've heard it several times today. I would suggest a 50% reduction in these proposed rates over the next 5 years. The uproar over decision to raise rates as proposed could lead to litigation, recalls, and a lot of unhappy customers. In addition, residents living on fixed incomes may be forced to make some difficult decisions on what they can still afford. Businesses like restaurants will also be heavily impacted. Again, I would suggest an annual review of the capital improvement plan, show a good faith effort by CCWD to regain the community's trust. Thank you.
I'd like to respond to that, Dennis. Mr. Boyd has contacted me multiple times asking questions, and I appreciate that. I wish I had more comments, because I value the comments from the people of the Evans Pass area. My feelings about having a big chart on the wall, that's Don's feelings. I suspect I can convince the board to do this, but I think it's important. This board is all about transparency. We want people at our meetings. We want the stuff on the webpage. We want the questions. We want the comments. We don't get those things. I attend practically every EPOC meeting. If I can't be at an EPOC, I send Jeff. Jeff stands in for me. I go to other agency meetings. I go to anything that's going on in Evans Pass. You're going to find me there. I'm available. If somebody has a question, somebody wants something from me, I'm there. But we have to, this is a two-way street. The board is doing the best they possibly can. But if the public wants transparency, they want to understand these complex issues, then it's the responsibility of all of us, whether you're talking to the supervisors or you're talking to your water board. We have to watch everyone, and I embrace that. So I hope to see more, and I do appreciate your remarks.
If I just can respond, I think you can make reports more available on your website. I think there's more information available to you that is not accessible. And also, having evening board meetings or making board meetings available through a website would be helpful. I mean, it doesn't, asking us to come to the meetings as a precursor to trusting this board is kind of backwards. We should be able to trust you without having to come to the meetings and watch every move that's being made here. And that's why folks select they trust you. And I think that the trust is lost. And this board needs to rebuild that trust. And part of this policy needs to address trust. You have to, you've all heard these comments. There's very little trust in this board, unfortunately, and you have a lot of needs. And I saw it firsthand in Arnold, towering geyser, coming down on Highway 4, very dangerous and expensive. And there's been several of those in the last few months. So there's definitely a need for upgrades, but the trust is just as important. And I think this policy really needs to address rebuilding that trust.
By the way, I also enjoy talking to yourself. Or is it, well, it was A. Rambo. Outside?
Not every day. Hello, I'm Mrs. Rambo. I addressed you earlier, but I'm hearing all these things that people are saying, and they're all true. We have lost trust, and we want transparency. You say you want it as well, but you're not making it easy. That website is always referred to. The website. Well, the website doesn't work all the time. Lots of times it's inaccessible. And not everybody in our community has a computer. I don't understand. When I went to, again, I'm going to make reference to consumption report, I had to get it in 2 pieces of paper. And there's all kinds of undedicated columns here. And I asked the ladies there at customer service, why don't you condense it? And why don't you use, as they were suggesting over at the Rancho meeting, use the statements to communicate to us.
You guys want transparency, let us know. And then the other thing, it doesn't make sense. Why are we acquiring other districts? And I don't care who the districts are.
Amen.
And if they're not solid and soluble, okay, that doesn't give you guys a chance to catch up with the old, aging, already existing problems that we have. Why wait till them to break? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, that creates overtime, that creates damage, all this stuff, and then you guys want to say, trust us. No, that's stupidity. You need a new pair of shoes, you go buy a pair of shoes. You don't wait till you're walking barefooted. And I mean, come on, common sense. You guys are just, this is another thing too, and this is not rumor. You know who you are. Some of you people have been buying up properties in the county, and you don't recuse yourselves when you have to vote for sewage and this and that and water lines to go on. And that, people resent that. That's, you're being thieves. You're being thieves. And you're liars. Pretty much that's how everybody feels. It's liars and thieves. That's what our congressman made about.
I resent that.
Well,
You can-
I
do not lie, and I have not been buying up properties in this county.
maybe
And,
you specifically.
well,
but
then
other people
don't
have.
address it to me and look at
I'm
me.
just saying, who, you know who you are. I said in a general term. So why did you get all fussy about it?
Because you're
If it
looking at
doesn't
me.
apply to you, don't worry. I said it in a general term.
Well,
Okay?
you're painting me with
And I'm
with a
saying
broad
not
brush.
everybody
I
in
don't
the
fit that
county calls
category.
you liars and thieves, you know, not everybody calls you that, but a majority and a quite growing population is.
Well, that, I can still resent the
Well,
comment.
you can resent it all you want, but it's the truth.
No, it isn't. It's a lie.
Dave Andrews, he's outside. Careful.
I'm outside. Probably not as hot as in here, My name is Dave Andrews. I'm from Valley Springs, water and wastewater customer, former general manager of this district. If you want to blame the 80% rate increase that took place the last 5 years, you can start commenting to me about that. I was the architect of that, but I think there were some things that were a little different. We went out to the communities, as you have, but we were there to listen and to get feedback from the communities. And when it came to protests, we only had about 300 protests, and this room wasn't even half full when we had our rate hearing. So things have changed. The other thing I want to reiterate is that the district has spent tens of millions of dollars a year on improvements over the last decade. And a lot of that did come from ratepayers' money. And as Jeff had mentioned, the economy took a lot of that additional revenue out that could have been used to improve the infrastructure because it wasn't there. So in the last few years, the district really did have to cut back on you know, what they're capable of doing. Having said that, you know, I think some of the comments are good. I hope future speakers would just limit their comments to the policy issues here. I don't think it's appropriate to attack the board, staff members personally. I think that's uncalled for and doesn't belong in the discourse of public discussion here. But also saying, I think you could do a better job of putting some of this information online. Particularly, you have a nice report here that you contracted for. It's not available online, or at least wasn't available last week. So people have to go out and find documents where they can, go to meetings where it'd be much more convenient for them to do it on their own schedules. I think I know what you're trying to accomplish here under this rate study. Your goals first are to try to establish a 120-day operating reserve, 3% capital reserve. You want to maintain your $3 million water rights reserve, and then also establish a debt coverage ratio of 1.25 to 1. So those are all big goals, but
what I would suggest is those should be goals. You can't collect that kind of money up front and solve those particular problems. The second thing you're trying to accomplish here, both on the water and wastewater side, you're looking at trying to raise $8.8 million a year for projects. Now, being a manager of this district, I don't think you're capable of producing that number of projects because this is not one or two large projects. You're talking dozens of projects that require environmental review, design work, and various other activities put together. So it's ambitious, even for a large agency, to try to accomplish that. If it was a few projects, I think you could accomplish it, but there's way too many projects, too many places in the district that need to be repaired, so I think you have to go slow on it. Secondly, I just want to point out that, you know, the trust issue is important. You've heard this through the discussions that you've had today, and, you know, everybody's talking about transparency, and, you know, sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, because, you know, I just took a look at your budget. You know, here's a good example of, you know, when you do something, you have to be consistent. You know, you don't go out and spend money like you're a rich district, but then come to the ratepayers and say you need a large rate increases. But, you know, on June 4th, this report was approved or accepted. On June 26th, you had a budget approved. Well, just a quick review of the budget showed that you're already $226,000 over the target that you established for operations in this budget. So you have to be consistent. If you're going to come to the ratepayers for more money, here it is, a month later, you're already over what your report has said that you want to establish to look at your rate. So you have to pay close attention to those things. In addition, you've talked about having all this money go to capital projects. Well, another interesting twist to your budget is, looks like you're establishing $182,000 in salaries for your personnel that's coming out of your capital budget. So again, you know, if you're going to say everything's going to capital, fine, but don't put in $182,000 in personnel costs that you're currently covering through your operations costs to move these projects along. Because, you know, I've been told by previous management, and I won't comment about that, but, you know, you have a lot of work going on in the district. You don't have the ability to lay off people because of your MOU that your previous manager got you into. So you're in a little difficult situation with personnel, but don't go out and tell the public everything's going to capital when you're actually subsidizing some of your operation rates.
I'd like to address that. You saw the personnel there was a district engineer and another engineer that would oversee water resources. You've got to have professional staff in place to manage the capital.
Well, I can agree with that, but I think your water resources person has nothing to do with your capital improvements. But having said that, that budget only calls for 6 months of a contract employee. You know, next year, between those two positions, you're going to be looking at $350,000 a year in total cost to the district. So this is just the start in terms of you're going to be paying that. Both of those jobs would be, I think your resource manager for 10 months, you calculate out $144,000 a year. So your engineer is going to be more expensive than that. So, you know, you're looking at $300,000 plus in ongoing costs to sustain that. What I'm just trying to point out is that you already are over your target on the operating side. You need to get those costs down if you want to maintain credibility with the public.
Again, you need staff to manage your capital program, and that is thrown in there at $180,000.
Right. Mitch, I'm not disagreeing with you. You know, I've been there, I know it, I know, you know, that it requires a lot of work to be done. But the rates
to address your first concern about having the people on hand to deliver those projects, you have to have the professional staff on hand and to have a funding stream in order to make sure they're delivering the projects aggressively is the key.
Can I ask a question?
Wouldn't that be classified as payroll though?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
would it have been more appropriate to have their salaries on the, because I know, we've done this in the past, when an engineer works a certain amount of time, that cost comes out of that particular project budget. So
Correct,
is that-
and that's what we used to do in the past, and if it's a development project, they charge costs off to the developer for those. So there's no, I don't see a problem with it. I'm just pointing out that you don't go out and tell the public and then have a document that blatantly shows that you're a transfer in from the CIP program for current operating staff,
Would,
And it could be
Dave,
going to.
could I ask a question? Would it have been better if we go out and get a contract engineer and pay him out of the CIP budget as a cost of doing business for the CIP?
Well, I think you're gonna do that anyways. With these projects, you're gonna have to hire design engineers. You're gonna have some staff members that can do your construction management, but like I say, these are a lot of projects over a wide variety of areas in this district. You got a large area to cover, and you're not gonna be able to do it with your two guys that are your inspectors, that have been reassigned to other work. You're gonna have to hire outside engineering firms to do this. And your costs are gonna escalate if you're gonna try to be this aggressive about putting together a program. $8.8 million a year in dozens of projects is a lot of work to be accomplished in a short period of time. Having said that, it's also a lot of money that you also have to take from your ratepayers. And I think that's probably my biggest gripe with what's being proposed here. I think if you look at this report, you can see you're balanced essentially under your current operations on the wastewater fund. If you want to do capital improvements, yes, you need additional money. Your water fund is short, no question about it. Plus there are a lot of capital projects that need to be done on the water side as well. But at the same token, the way you're financing it is, so this report states that the average life of these projects is 33 years, okay? Well, you're trying to collect that over 7 years. So the more rational thing to do was to look at long-term funding. You're eligible for both issuing bonds, you could, without going to the, you can go to the state and the federal government for, low-interest loans that are below market, because the county is under the median household income of the state. So there are opportunities to do that if you take an approach that, okay, we're going to start designing these projects now, we're going to put them on a schedule, look at your priorities. And, that's the other thing that sort of, you look at least in your budget document, you have a needs and risk assessment. Well, on the water side, there's only one project that ranked high. All the rest of them were medium. So it tells me, yeah, they've been on the books for quite a while, but you don't have to do them tomorrow. Yeah, you want to do them, and you want to put them on a schedule, but at the expense of paying all this.
Andreas, I'm going to ask you to wind up if you would, please.
Okay, I will wind up. My suggestion is that you look at your targets, phase in these targets. You got a 120-day operating reserve, start out at 90. Look at your capital reserve, how much money you have. Instead of going at 3%, look at a goal to establish 3%. Start at 2, move to 3. Next, also, finance this stuff long-term. Don't do this 2.5% for 7 years, because future ratepayers need to pay for these costs too. Once you pay for them with cash or with short-term financing, the next guy gets, is paying the rates, but they're not having to contribute towards the cost of those projects. And lastly, I would just like to say that, there's nothing in your ordinance that you're proposed that says that all this money is going for capital improvements. There's nothing in that resolution 1-2-13 that says that, and that's what you're telling the public it will. So you really need to put it in the ordinance.
So I got to say a couple of quick comments. First of all, bonds almost did this district in the 90s. I have a real bad taste in my mouth about bonds. It's pretty damaging if you have any trouble with it, and I'm not sure that right now we could even get a bond. And then long-term debt is almost as bad. It's you're getting the money now, if we could even, we may not even be able to get the long-term debt, but at the same time, it just postpones the cost, and now, after the project is done, you're sitting there and looking at many more years paying for something that was completed a long time ago. And I'm always concerned about that. But anyway, thank you for your comments. We only got 6 more, plus some others that haven't put their name down. We're going to try to go through this. I'll ask people to try to keep it as short as possible.
One's figurative, one's literal.
Yes, sir. So I'm still looking at this. I have 3 quick points and a major subject. The quick points, as I said before, I don't think this meeting was noticed properly by the Brown Act. It's not enough to put it on a website or a billboard. You have to have it visible from the outside of the building when the meeting's going to be held. As such, I don't think you can vote on this today. If your attorney wants to stake his job on that, ask him if he wants to. I don't think you're correct in voting on it today. Number 2, there was a suggestion made at the Valley Springs meeting that ballots be sent to people with their water bills. Instead, it appears as though you're going to count a no vote at all as a yes vote for this rate increase. I don't think that's the way elections should be held. Number 3, the woman who Marty Crane read her letter and then she made a presentation. A couple of those figures were huge. $400,000 projects that were now $4.5 million. I don't see how you can vote on anything until you've resolved those discrepancies. And lastly, and I'd like Mr. Dion to maybe take some notes and respond when I'm true in case I've been correct on some facts, if he has some that I don't have. There's an elephant in the room. And there may be a baby elephant in there too. I think there is.
Whole zoo.
That elephant is the cost, the ongoing cost of labor in this district, the water district. I understand there's an MOU with SEIU that locks people, the district, into paying salaries. What I believe, again, correct me if I'm wrong, may be a 92% rate at retirement. And I did look up the salaries, and somebody has a computer, people who have smartphones, you can go to the office of the controller, type in special districts, Calaveras. You get a list of all the special districts in Calaveras. It would be listed by an average salary of each employee going top down. Number 1, unfortunately, they only have 2009, 10, and 11, so I'm sure the numbers are quite higher now. In 2009, this district, the water district, was at the very top. The average salary of each of the 82 employees was $58,000 plus. The next highest salary was the Ebbets Fire District, and that was $28,000 plus. In 2010, and again, you've represented that you made cuts when the economy went south in 2009. I didn't see it. There were 4 jobs eliminated. There were 5 jobs. There were 77 jobs in 2010. But the average salary had gone up to $65,000. Total on that was about $5 million. Previous year was 4.7. 2011 added 1 job back. Now at that point there were 78. Average salary $66,000. Now I tried looking around for some other comparable districts. I looked at Humboldt, which has 38,000 people in their county. Average salary there, $38,000. I tried to find some that were similar. Amador was the closest I could find, $57,000. Again, these are 2011 figures, I'm sure they're higher. I couldn't find anything anywhere near what ours is, what we're paying. I understand that there's at least one person in this room who's not sitting here who's making over $100,000. And to me, this is mind-boggling, but I understand there's an MOU, and you're probably stuck with that. And if we're going to be funding all these people who are making this kind of money at 92% when they retire, we will never get out of this hole. Never. I'm sad to say, I think probably the only thing to do is either for SEIU to save their jobs by voluntarily renegotiating that MOU, or this district's probably going to have to be disbanded, and somebody like the county is going to have to take over and run the water district. and start again, negotiating a more reasonable contract. And I was a union rep for 15 years, I'm not anti-union. I'm just looking at the money here, and this money seems unbelievable.
I'm not sure of his first name, but I think it's Jack Connolly. Is there Mr. Connolly in the room? Mrs. Connolly, have I got? All right. Danny Thomas.
Here's trying to get here. I'm Danny Thomas. I live in Saddle Creek. I go golf. I live there. Bought a foreclosed property in 2008 there. You talk about foreclosures as a source of property tax revenue. Well, I'm against this rate hike, and if you have this rate hike, I'll be leaving the county. And you'll probably have more foreclosures. There's a lot of people can't afford rates now. We have a set propane bill we got to pay from JS West. I'm talking about people in Saddle Creek, and now they come up with the fire fighting district and everything. We got to pay $150 a year for each property, and now this board wants to raise our rate increases. The water rate will increase. If you hadn't read between the lines, the water rate will increase about 68% in the next 3 years. Not 5 years, but 3 years. The sewage rates will increase about 62%, not over 5 years, but in the next 4 years. So to me, that amount of increase is outrageous. If you, I want to look at the vote that's supposed to be today. Is it correct that I'm assuming there's 14,000 properties, or roughly thereabout, in Calaveras County?
Serviced by the water and sewer districts in general terms.
Okay, that is serviced by the, okay, that answers my question there. And you already answered one of my other questions. If these rates go into effect, will we get a similar rate decrease in 5 years? No. Okay, deterioration is foreseen. I've had water breaks where I've used to work and everything, the pipes just rust away. How many miles of pipeline has been repaired and replaced, not repaired, in the last 10 years, the last 20 years? You're talking about infrastructure and everything. Has it been anything? Or has it just been like this Ebbets Pass deal, just fixes the accident happens? So that's my question there. Where is it? Is this money being spent on infrastructure, like underground pipes, like you're talking about first and everything? Is your good example shows on your video there. And your general fund for your new building becomes, you say, from expansion funds. Now, I know expansion funds aren't from donations, but I'm sure somehow they come from the ratepayers, or we're also called taxpayers. I mean, you talk about grants and FEMA and everything, getting money from them. That's coming from taxpayers, who are ratepayers.
Expansion funds are generally paid for by the development community as they bring in new service connections to the district.
Well, what I'd like to do, if this rate passes, but I can't, my only option is to move out of this county. I would like to put in my own well and my own septic, because it'd be a lot cheaper making payments on that than paying these monthly rate increases and everything. People just can't afford it, and people will be foreclosed on. I won't be foreclosed on, but there will be people in the county, and you'll have less property tax coming in, there's more foreclosures. Hopefully this all don't come about too quick, because nobody will want to buy my property once they know that my water rate bills are so high, my sewage is so high, and along with the electrical and the gas and everything, it'd be more than their mortgage payment. Along with our high property tax there at Saddle Creek and everything. We're a lot more than most people in the area because of special bonds and everything. I don't like bonds either, but I've learned all this in the last 4 years, and if I was to come in next month in the same situation, I wouldn't move here. And like I say, we are here today. If we was here at a more convenient time, there'd probably be another 100 or 200 more people here. But they're out working. They're working because they got to pay the bills, they got to pay the utility bills, they got to pay the property taxes. It was done at night or on a weekend. You talked about not many people come to your board meetings and everything. Maybe if we got, I'm from Saddle Creek, half-hour trip each way. Maybe if we got per diem and travel expenses, maybe more of us would be here. Thank you.
And lunch. Don't forget lunch.
Gary Caldwell.
I'm just making sure I get equal time. That's why I got the function on my watch. Nobody's gonna cut me off, but make sure that everybody else.
Thank you. John asked me at the I'm Gary Caldwell, Valley Springs. Asked me at the Valley Springs meeting if I had a question. I just made comments rather than ask a question. I have two questions. I didn't realize until the gentleman out here said that the proposed ordinance does not say that the funds will be dedicated toward capital improvements. The question I have is, are you going to change that ordinance so it does say that will be only used for capital improvements?
That could be an intention.
That could be an amendment when someone makes a motion, or could be included as a motion when someone makes that motion. But right now, that's up to the board to decide.
A motion similar to that will be made, Gary.
Well, okay, rather than, everybody beating their gums about how it's going to go for capital improvements only, I think it should be put in place in the ordinance so that it is constrained to that use. The second question had to do with a comment that was just made here a minute ago, and a lady who commented about getting out of the district. Is it possible legally, since you have an attorney here, is it possible legally to opt out of the district and provide your own means of water and sewer or septic disposal?
It's all going to depend probably on where you live. And,
Speak up, please.
I
We
can't
can't
speak
hear you.
to everybody in this room, so I have no idea where they live or what the county has a lot of regulations as well as to whether you put a septic in. And
I don't mean whether it qualifies or not, but I mean, is it just possible to do that?
you would have to go to the county, and then you probably, depending on where you live, you may have to come back.
So the answer is yes. It is possible. Thank you. I remember years ago when I was involved in the assessment district that there was a state law that said if you were within a quarter of a mile or 1,000 feet or something of public sewage disposal system, and you could be served by gravity, then you had to connect. There's something about that. But maybe that's not in effect anymore. The other thing I wanted to mention was I liked Jeff Meyer's presentation. It's very complete, comprehensive, and clear to understand. It was very good this morning. Of course, I heard some of it previously, but it was very good. And the other thing I wanted to comment on was that the Valley Springs News, with Nick Baptista and Fred Hale as the publishers, put in and inserted in the Valley Springs newspaper a protest letter, a blank protest letter. This is something the board should have done with the bill that announced and the notice that announced the proposed rate increase. They should have put a blank protest letter in there. You don't want it? Here's what you do. Okay, you've heard a lot from a lot of people today who said that they don't trust you, that there's been mismanagement, possibly of money, funds here. And of course, I've said this before to you, that every decision that's made or non-decision that's made is the responsibility of this board of directors. And in the past, this board and previous boards, and it's not entirely this board, previous boards too, have abdicated responsibility by not setting aside sufficient funds to repair or replace the infrastructure. Now, apparently, there's about $28 million in water and sewer projects, and this resulted because of the repairs and replacement of infrastructure that should have been done over the years. And again, this is the responsibility of the board of directors. And what happened in those days, at least this is my opinion now, is that the boards refused to put before the public a rate increase because it wasn't politically in their best interest. It requires political will to do this, and I congratulate you in that respect. You're putting your jobs in jeopardy because a lot of elected officials, all they think about is the next election. What can I do to somehow ameliorate the public so I get reelected? What I see that as, or interpret that as, the fact that you have put this large rate increase before the public, is that the system must really be in bad shape. Must really be in bad shape for you to risk your reelection bid to put this before the public, this rate increase. And of course, my wife and I don't want to see two basic services, water and sewer, have failures, particularly catastrophic failures, because as pointed out by Mr. Meyer, it's only more expensive to repair them as a reaction or after the fact. These funds should be set aside, as a number of people said, in a separate dedicated fund that can only be used for capital improvements, and there will be some reporting and some accountability made to the ratepayers so that they can see where the money's going. And I think that it's incumbent upon this board, and of course any public entity, it's incumbent upon you to have transparency. That has also been questioned, to have transparency. One of the things that you need to think about, perhaps, because it was mentioned about how much time you spent on selecting a general manager, you've had 3 of them in the past 5 years. You need to think about why that's happening. It's certainly not because of lack of pay in Calaveras County. I think I read that the present general manager is receiving $168,000 a year. So in Calaveras County, that's a pretty good wage. So you need to look at what's going on here. Why are these people leaving? Thank you. Oh, by the way, my wife and I are not opposed to the rate increase. I mentioned that before.
Well, let me just say, we'll see when we come up for a motion, but I'm pretty sure, and I'll certainly be pushing for it, that the motion will include that we establish a separate budget for the capital improvement that will be equal to what we're putting in this rate hike.
And this, excuse me, the ordinance will state that the money will only be used for capital improvement? No.
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe that's right. That's my intention.
Yes,
We'll cross that bridge when we get.
You're not going to hedge on that, are you now, Mr. Diaz?
You actually gotta get to the board deliberation before we can make a motion.
Oh, we only got about 25 more speakers. Bill, I'm sorry, I can't make out this last name, McHale, is that right?
Yeah. McHale's baby. I kind of want to focus in a little bit on the funding in the new building, because I think that's a little elephant in the room for future ratepayers. It's my understanding you borrowed $3 million from the reserve fund or the capital improvement fund. That's what it's stated.
Expansion fund.
Expansion fund. Okay. And you're going to pay back $75,000 a year in interest. And then on year 6, all the ratepayers standing here are going to come to the realization that there's $675,000 a year left to pay in the next 5 years for this new building. You're delaying the payment. It's kind of like delaying the bad news of what we got to pay off this building for. And that's going to cause, I just don't understand why you do that.
Let me explain. The building, when we start paying off the building, that's when we finish with a bond. So we're waiting patiently for that long-term loans that people are talking about. We've had this bond for years and years and years. At that point, the bond will be paid off and we'll have revenue in order to pay off the building. Much like a big truck much less like any other capital expenditure.
Well, then, I guess I suggest, much like, and I'm a second or a third on this, is that do not vote on this rate increase unless you set aside a specific ordinance for funding capital improvement fund that can't be touched in the future. Because this whole idea of commingling is kind of adverse to me, and you just commingled to the tune of $3 million. It's really adverse to me that you do that. It's what's caused the problem, I think. Maybe you had to do it because there was no money for capital improvements and you had to borrow, but I think there ought to be some effort to prevent commingling in the future also. We've got a lot of talk about low-income people here and how to mitigate the impact on them. I don't know about the rest of the people here, but this is the very first house I've ever owned in several states and lots of houses that I paid for my sewer on a separate bill than on my property tax. Understand, if it's on my property tax bill, I get to write it off. And I reduce the impact of the payment of the sewer charges. I don't know if it's legal, but I don't understand why it's a separate bill here. That you could, if you could change that, you could mitigate some of this increase.
Yeah, the county is a separate entity of the county water district. We're not associated in any, we're two separate government agencies. So although we could probably save some money if the county would do all of our paperwork for us, I don't think the county would be real excited about taking on that.
But also, it goes back to how it was formed. I think that there was a bond sold to finance your infrastructure in another place. And most of our developments, I mean, we've had this question of, you know, which subdivision came in last. You know, I think there's maybe only 2 or 3 subdivisions that have been entirely constructed by CCWD. Every place you guys live was brought into the system after the developer said, hey, we can't handle it anymore. So it's a little different. I think that's the reason. I mean, I agree, it'd be great if we could, if we could collect the sewer operations costs on the tax rolls. You know, I'd be interested to look into that.
Yeah, I think it's a potential.
I want to make the point that we've taken in a lot of systems in the past that were substandard, and we're paying a big price for it now. Our ordinance now is that we will not accept a system until it's brought up to our standards, which is a bone of contention with a number of systems that would like to come in and say, we can't afford to bring it up to your standards. Ron Huckabee.
My name's Ron Huckabee, I'm from Valley Springs area. The problem I see is the lack of trust in the board, and I agree with the solutions that people have. One of the questions I would have is if we could serve, I'm going home and ripping out some junipers in the next 6 months because I don't want to pay higher rates. And so basically I think we're going to turn the area into a desert because if everybody does that, we're not going to be, and that your revenue will go down when we do that. And so 5 years from now, you're depending on rate increases and new hookups and new developments. So you're asking what happened 5 years ago and ignoring that issue. The fact that if we don't have the hookups and the rate increases, this is all a moot point. I think that's dependent on some of the issues you're having to deal with. We all know you're talking about the putting the rate increase money into a special fund. We're all familiar with what happened to Social Security under LBJ. That another board can come in here and vote it out, and we have nothing to say, and that money goes right into a general fund. And that's another lack of trust. And I would like to ask our representative, I believe Mr. Ratterman, you represent Valley Springs area?
Downtown area, yeah, Valley Springs.
What about the Lock and Tinted area?
Up to Gold Creek, I think Washington is Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davidson, I would like you to make a motion that this issue be tabled and that more investigation be done and that bills that a requirement be made. I asked you previously about the sending out the protest ballots and you said you would talk to the lawyer.
Yeah, I know what, I didn't believe there was time to accomplish it from the last meeting until now. It's
Well,
not in the building cycle.
if the issue is tabled, you have projects that are ongoing for 10 years. If the issue is tabled, it's not going to affect that.
I think we have some 218 limitation. If you have it,
Matt's here can address it at this point.
I can ask the question. My request was that we table the issue and that the bills that are sent out by the water district include a ballot, because 218 depends on people not voting in order to pass. And that's the problem. If you ask for transparency, then that's what the board should do right now, is vote this in, a bill of a ballot be sent to every ratepayer, and the ratepayer send that back with his bill, and vote on this issue as a ratepayer. I guarantee you, and if the board doubts it, do it right now and prove me wrong, that more than 51% will send back a no.
Well, the renters are not eligible.
I'm not talking about renters. I understand.
Well, if they're paying the bills, then they're the ones that are gonna be, set the bill.
No, wait a second, let me, if I understand right, the property owner gets the bill. And he chose, and he collects the money, so he is directly liable for that bill. That property owner is the only one that should be listed as a ratepayer, if they're liable for that bill. And I request that we table this issue right now. Mr. Davidson offer a motion, hope we get a second when you go into your process, and table the bill until every ratepayer has a right to voice their opinion on whether this rate increase is equitable or not equitable, and that will prove that you're transparent.
I'll second that.
Okay, Supervisor Spellman, would you like to say?
I would.
No. I guarantee I won't take more than 3 minutes. A couple things I'd like to cover in my 3 minutes. You know, Mr. Pilgrim?
That's correct.
That's correct. He was the first one, he beat me to it. I got it right here written on a piece of paper: trust, integrity. And he was the first one that said it, he wasn't the last one. There was many people that echoed his sentiments. And this is an ongoing, and I'll use another word, he said, systemic issue. It's not just our county, it's other places, you know, so we can't beat ourselves up too bad. There's a lot of problems across the board. All you need to do is watch the evening news to figure that one. Some ways we're far ahead of other places, and that's why most of us chose to live here, because there is a little more honesty and integrity here than in any other places. But that comes back to the point of the gentleman that talked about branding. You know, branding yourselves. And, you know, this district needs a rebranding. You know, the organization that I belong to, 4 of the 5 county supervisors have changed hands in the last 2 years. That's because the people didn't trust the people that were in the seats 2 years ago. So now 4 out of 5 of them are gone. And we have a new CAO, we have a new county council, we have a new planning director. So there's kind of a theme here of cleaning clocks, sweeping the club, covered out, however you want to say it. Going back, Ms. Platt talked about she voted for the rate increase in 2007, or didn't oppose it, and I didn't either, because I believed, you know, I give somebody the benefit of the doubt for starting, and then if they prove me wrong, then, you know, I take an alternate course. 2007, I didn't protest the rate increase because I know that infrastructure needs to be improved and replaced, and the cost of doing business goes up. It's understandable, and I think most people in this room would agree with that statement, based on what I've heard. But I also heard a quote today said that the members on the board at that time said it was their goal, quote unquote, to set aside 25% for capital improvement projects in the future. that was the goal, but it never happened. Today, 5 years later, I hear, well, actually 6 years later, 2012 times 20. 6 years later, I'm hearing that you're talking about a 4/5 vote for anybody to rate it in the future. And I also heard a quote from a board member here today that said that it's absolutely most likely that these things will be used only for capital improvement. That's a direct quote. In 2007, I also voted for a school bond measure for Calaveras Unified for a $13 million bond. And they said we'd get a performing arts center at Calaveras High like the one that Bret Hart has. 6 years later, and $13 million spent, there's no performing arts center at Calaveras High. But they do have a $1.6 million football field at the middle school. Okay? So this comes back to the point of whatever you guys have to do, you guys need to figure it out. You need to be able to develop or change your culture in such a way that the people that are your ratepayers believe that they can trust you and that you're acting with integrity. I'm not saying that you're not. I'm not questioning your integrity. I'm telling you that the general public doesn't have a high level of trust or a high level of confidence in your integrity. I would also say, just to wrap this up, because I said I wouldn't take more than my 3 minutes, and I'm just about there. I went to 3 meetings. This is the third. I went to one, and I correct people that said Arnold earlier. It was in White Pines. Second meeting I went to was in Rancho, and today's the third meeting. At the second meeting, one of the members assembled here told me that my presence wasn't necessary, nor was it welcome. And that as the supervisor elected in this county, I didn't have any business coming here and making comments. Well, and I have to tell you that I absolutely, positively believe that I needed to be here today. And matter of fact, I believe so deeply about it. I've been texting my wife the whole 3.5 hours I've been here because she's waiting for me to get in a car and go to Oregon for our 20th wedding anniversary. I was married 20 years ago today. That's how important it is for me to be here. Because the people that elected me think this is a very important issue, and you didn't elect me. Thank you very much.
I did approach Sharon. You willing to stay here and listen?
Listen to what? It's a true statement. You made it.
No, it isn't a true statement.
You didn't tell me that my presence wasn't needed or appreciated?
No, I said I appreciate you being at the meetings. I appreciate you being here today.
You told me that there was no other supervisor at any other meeting and that I shouldn't be there and I didn't need to make any comments.
I said to you directly, as a supervisor, when you talk, people see your voice as factual.
As they should, because I talk the truth.
Exactly, but you didn't understand the issues when you made the comments, and they were not accurate.
Did I lie?
No, it wasn't a lie. It was not accurate.
If you can't handle the truth, Mr. Stump, maybe you shouldn't be on the board.
The truth is that you're not accurate. If you're going to talk like you know exactly what you're doing, you better have...
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
If anybody else calls you a liar, that'll be 3.
Anything else?
I'd like to close the public hearing.
Sir,
I hate to do this to you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
You have speakers that did not sign up that get a chance to speak. Also, contrary to the popular vote from the gallery, people cannot pass their time to another speaker. You as president had the ability to extend that speaker, but anyone you crossed off your list still has a chance to come up if they make. Okay, I'm trying to get this to the point.
I understand.
Oh,
I'm sorry I didn't use my full 3 minutes. I got 20 seconds left. I am really concerned that you're getting the wrong message, since several people have asked you to set aside this capital budget. I was trying to be very specific. I do not want you to have in one budget capital projects, which could be putting new chairs on the Titanic deck or curtains in your clubhouse. Right? I want a budget for reserve and replacement, separate, put in place. I want a separate one for capital projects, because capital projects generate more reserve and replacement requirements. So I'm requesting you keep those as completely separate budgets, all right? So you don't walk out of here and then put an amendment in place just to have a capital improvement budget.
There's two types of...
That's this other comment. You don't have to justify back to you. So I really get concerned, again, when it stays commingled. because then you can build new clubhouses out of that budget, right? Rather than just do repair and replacement for failed ongoing studies of your assets that will fail over years, which you should have been putting stuff in place for 50 years.
Expansion.
That's all, you don't need to explain.
No, I'd like to explain. Expansion CIPs are different than repair and replacement CIP. And this is for repair and replacement only, not for capital, not for expansion.
Expansion is fine. You got people paying $12,000 when they attach to cover a lot of the stuff you're gonna need for infrastructure. That I have no problem with that, and that will generate more reserve and replacement requirements. Just try to listen, please. You just discuss it amongst your friends. Find people that had to manage HOAs and other organizations under state and federal laws, and what you have to do to really manage those. I know you're not bound by those, but believe me, it makes the future a lot easier. That's all.
Peter, go ahead.
Obviously, I don't have to introduce myself, but today it's a little different for me because a number of people that I usually in general don't agree with, especially from Valley Spring, I agree with. It doesn't happen too often. But instead of looking at the books, I own my own business before, and I always look at my budget from bottom going up. And I find the numbers, then I find out why. Trust and respect that you have to earn. And putting it bluntly, never have anybody accused me of being diplomatic. But the show, folks, we put on, the dog and pony show. You're debating among yourself, that's a repetition of what you had before. You had a lot of time to practice, congratulations. It was almost believable. You should have put the independent auditors on that screen for the folks. Now, somebody informed me that your audit is online. I hope it is, correct? Your audit, independent auditor is online. I can access it, right?
You can go back 5 years.
Okay, so it's online. Okay, beautiful. So I'm not gonna get into that one. When you, as a service district, the folks in here want you to do a service, not promoting your values, your ideology, and agenda at my expense, especially when I don't agree with it. I see what education you spend on. I see what you're doing with the delta, smelt, non-native species, and I do have a problem with it. Transparency, folks, you're not exactly the most transparent organization. And I'm not saying it's your fault. Now I'm talking to the people on the soapbox, not as individuals. There's a big difference. When you get off the soapbox, I will deal with you as an individual, and so on. You are the one taking my money for things other than maintenance of my infrastructure. I pay for the infrastructure because my developer paid for it, and he put it in my house first. So there's no such thing as free lunch. But I like the infrastructure I got, and I don't mind paying to maintain it. You have 5 different areas, call it district, whatever, okay? They're not all the same. And it's not your fault as a board of supervisors trying to put the fix in that if you develop, you have to do a ccwdrate. That's good. That's out of the principles. I had a problem with the special district that handled sewer and water. We put out to the bid, and you know what? Contra Costa County's, what they wanted to charge for that service was 40% more than an independent engineering firm came in just to take care of the sewer and water. Because they had no other ideology that they want to pursue. So, see, trust and respect, dog and pony show. You folks want to invent the wheel? I mean, do you really think that we screwed up for 20 years, for 25 years, and I don't care whose fault it was, either the fault of the staff you hired, but at the bottom line, you made the decision to vote on it. If you didn't do the due diligence and the fiduciary responsibility, it comes back to you. Now you're asking, hey, we need some more money. and I seen the picture of the rusted pipes and etc. But I didn't see any picture of your headquarters. It might be needed, but you let these folks, you're scaring these folks, oh, everything is gonna explode. Water pipes, that's something you've never known before. Some of you been on this board for a long time, folks. If Bill did not bring it to your attention that it's going bad, fire the son of a gun. Get somebody who will. Because it still goes back onto you. Now, for what it's worth, as a side note, I trust Bill. He's sincere and he's efficient. The rest of your staff that you had for the prior years, folks, that's a different story.
I need you to wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Now, I also want these folks to know, past couple of days, the feds in the state went on to investigate some of these water districts. They don't understand for a small water district can afford $330,000 for a CEO plus benefits. So there is an investigations coming on. The other thing that very disturbing, the way you run elections. And that does not give you any credibility. I cannot see registered voters electing you folks. And that disenfranchise a big load of people who are ratepayers. That is not right. The people who have a skin in the game, the one who pay the bill, they should have a right to approve. Because you're not talking about all the connections that are not active anymore. You're talking about $100,000 a year to the supervisors to collect, Barbara Sullivan to collect it for you. Are all those inactive?
I need you to wrap it up here.
All those inactives, because they're not around, they're not in the county anymore, you presume that they approve this?
Thank you.
Oh, you're more than welcome. I'll finish later at another basis. Thank you.
Anybody else who feels a strong need to say something? Yes, sir.
My name is Dwayne Reddick, and I'm from Valley Springs. And I'm actually a neighbor of Director Davidson.
Tell me about the parties.
The parties. He actually built my house, in fact. I have septic already, so I'm not on the sewer system, and I'm on the water system, but I also have a well. And so one of the things that I think was missing from the report, very excellent report, and it had good charts about expansion money, but it doesn't have anything about contraction money, and or you know what would be hard to represent in a chart, and that is that if I find that my water bill goes up too high, I have to reassess. And I put that in my letter. I have to reassess whether or not I would want to remain hooked up to CCWD water. I actually like the fact that I could be hooked up to CCWD water because it's relatively clean. My well water is very good water, but and it doesn't have many contaminants, but it's very soft, and I'd rather use the CCWD water than my well water for drinking, for things like cooking and so on. But if I need to, I have that option to drop CCWD water. And I'm not sure, when I started out, I had to put in I think it's called a double check valve. Backflow. Okay, yeah. And so I'm not sure how many of those you have installed in the county, but I would suggest that you do a survey of those because those represent possible negative rates, yeah. And as far as if the rates go too high, then people with those backflow check valves might tend to want to disconnect. Thank you.
I think it was established they can't.
You can't get out.
You can't get out.
Can't.
Only you.
I don't think that's the case.
Earlier in this meeting.
Yes,
Ask
yes. People who First of all, a sewer was being discussed at the time, and if you don't have a septic system already, it's very hard to get a septic system, and you wouldn't be able to disconnect from the current system.
Ask the attorney. Okay, well, I don't, you have your conversation.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
If you turn your meter valve off from your city, you're still gonna get a bill.
You still get the base rate bill.
Yeah, yes, I understand that.
Okay, well, then
And
you-
my intention would be to actually, withdraw from it.
Okay, is there any other public comment this time? Okay,
I'll make one.
Yes.
It'll be short and sweet. I'm only here to speak. My name is Cliff Edson, Supervisor, District 1, Calaveras County. And I'm going to be where you guys are right now. Of course, I usually am in a lot of cases. I would say that I've been getting a boatload of emails and phone calls from my constituents, and just not only my constituents, but others as well. And the overwhelming problem here, it seems, is of course cost, and in a really large increase. And so there are many folks in our county who are seniors and retired folks, and I guess you guys already all know this, but I have to say it. And so I am here on their behalf to ask you to consider that when you're asking for your rate increase, because right now there are folks out there actually living on $1,200 a month, period. And I visit them, and I walk into their homes that they can't turn on their AC because they can't afford that. So as board, please consider that. I know it's tough times. It's tough times for the county. It's tough times for everybody right now. And so that's all I'm going to say.
Hi, my name is Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs, and I understand that a lot of this appears to be from gross mismanagement. I don't know if it's criminal or negligent or what, but to not set aside funds for maintenance. But anyway, I know a lot of it too is brought on because of state mandates, and the state is trying to force us through their mandates to reduce our water use substantially, and also our energy use to 1990 levels by 2020, if anybody knows what the energy use was in 1990. But if you stop and think about it, this will reduce our standard of living significantly to reduce our energy and water use by what the state wants us to do. And we can't just stand quietly by and go along with these mandates. Many of the increases, many of these mandates increase the expense of running local governments, and that's been intentionally to make the local governments feel the need to get grants from the state and federal and all these other private nonprofit places. So they start looking for money, and it's been orchestrated very cleverly. The thing is, the state grants and federal grants, they're paid for, they come from the taxpayers. So it's, my taxpayer money going to all these different organizations that get these grants. These grants come with a lot of strings, a lot of requirements to enlist, to incorporate and implement like smart growth policies, so-called smart growth and green communities and all these little warm fuzzy sounding policies that are really dangerous and undermine our rights. And also it increases regionalism, which removes the voice of the people from the government. You start getting these big regional governments, and then the people have less voice. So these grants could be really dangerous, and you have to be very careful when you start thinking about accepting the grants. And also they redistribute our wealth as well. Grants that are focusing on disadvantaged communities and not tending to the needs of the communities that need actual repairs, that those repairs can't be made because they need to focus on disadvantaged communities, and that's the only money available. That's not right, because we're all taxpayers and we work hard and we pay our taxes. We're not just some anonymous blob of money in the air. We're all struggling to get by just like everybody else. So anyway, thank you.
to close the public hearing at this time unless there's somebody that is really interested in saying something. Well, I'm sure you're all interested in saying something. I'm going to close the public comment at this time. And we're going to come back and we're going to discuss it in the board here. But I think that a lot of people here need to take a short break. I know I do. And so I'm going to declare a 5-minute break. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes.
Before you do, Mr. President, I want to do one more formality. If there's any letters of protest that have not been turned in at this time, now would be very timely to bring them forward. So if we have any letters that are still out there, we really need them, because the end of the public comment period is before us, and it's been announced, that's when the final tally will be made.
I have one question about the final tally. It sounds like it's pretty cut and dried already.
At this time, Mitch, would you help guide us the steps we need to take next?
At this point, this starts the board's deliberation of the rates that are out there. What we would start with is, so I'm done speaking, I would ask the board president to call the board clerk for the tally, so that you know what your protest letter counts are for both the water and the wastewater utility. Then your own deliberation can be as short or as long as you extend it before you get a motion. Once you have a motion, then you can discuss the merits of that motion and go into in-depth discussion.
And going forward, we should put our microphones back on. We don't get anyone outside first. Let's take program.
Stacy by herself.
We can't hear you in here either.
They know
There's plenty of room in here.
They know there's plenty of room in here.
For us to be able to address some of the comments that we heard today before that.
Within your discussion, you may address those comments, so I would encourage you not to necessarily speak back to the comments, but speak out how they relate to what you're considering in the rates. And so that you're not in a position where you may or may not be answering somebody who's not even here at this time.
Okay, Mona, could I have a tally of the votes?
Yes. For CCWD water customers, there's a total of, first, 12,775 water customers. From that amount, CCWD has received 2,288 letters of protest, which equals 17.9%. Of the sewer customers, CCWD has a total of 4,790 total wastewater customers. Of that amount, we have received 1,242 letters of protest. That equals 25.9%. Now, as information, we have received as of today, including letters that were brought in today, a total of 573 unverified letters of protest. If you take those totals, even add them as water and or wastewater, they still do not equal amount to a 50+1.
So with your protest letters filed and the presumptive validation of these other letters, your actions are not restricted today under the Proposition 218.
Okay. First of all, do we have a motion and then discuss, or discuss and then a motion?
You feel a little bit of both to ask the staff members questions, to have discussions between yourselves before you get a motion on, or if there's somebody that's actually making a motion right off the get-go, that's...
Okay, well, let's discuss it a little bit first. Don?
Before we get started with discussion, I want to apologize for my outburst with the supervisor. It was unprofessional, and Jeff says I'm the hothead of the board, so I apologize. And I will personally apologize to the supervisor when I see him next. Thank you.
I apologize for that.
Chairman, I have a question. Maybe this can go to
Just a minute. Are we allowed to take comments from the...
Your public comment period is closed.
Okay.
My thing is and it's just commenting on what you guys are just about ready to do. I think, and we can attest to the lawyer over here, that you need to make a motion And on that motion, is there any discussion on that motion before you guys can discuss it?
No, that's incorrect. You may have discussion at some point, and you can do what you need to do.
No, I don't think so.
Well,
Ask the lawyer.
We're not gonna pay you for our legal advice at this time.
Excuse me, sir, I was making a point. That's a derogatory point, excuse
Well,
me.
you seem to be telling us that.
No, I'm not. I asked the question and I wanted the attorney to ask, not your CEO, which he has no idea either.
He's studying the laws, he knows it, and asking if he's correct.
That, there's nothing to prevent what we're doing, I don't believe.
This is the time for your discussion. You don't need to make a motion before you discuss. You can have a discussion and then make a motion, or you can make a motion and have a discussion. Let's move forward.
Okay, well, what I would like to do is, we have a proposal in front of us. Is there any recommendations on modifications to this before we go to a motion? Scott?
We talked earlier about about instituting or including in this ordinance, as it's written, a revision to ensure that all of the funds gained from the increase go to CIP projects, or capital improvement projects, and replacement, and to be used solely for capital improvement projects. The ordinance, the proposed ordinance currently states that the water and wastewater service rates implemented by this ordinance, it doesn't say the increase, maybe I'm reading too much into it, implemented by this ordinance, which I'm going to say is the entire rate, in conjunction with other estimated revenue sources, have been fixed in an amount sufficient to pay the operating and maintenance expenses of the district's water and wastewater systems, pay the principal and interest on existing debt, provide sufficient revenues for reserve requirements, and fund renovation and replacement of the district's existing capital infrastructure. At that point right there, I'd like to include a bullet point that states that the increased rates, if any, implemented by this ordinance, the increase in the rates by the ordinance be used solely for capital improvement projects, so it's clear up front. For discussion purposes, I also really like Director Stump's ideas about charts and monthly updates, and either a 4/5 vote by any future board or a full 5/5 vote, a full board to change this to help with the transparency issue.
I believe that Matt told us earlier that it's not legal to have a 5/5 vote requirement. Okay. Is that right, Matt?
That was just a comment at the
So
end.
is your recommendation solely to require that this be put in a specific fund, and a future board would have to have a public hearing at a 5/5, 4/5 vote?
Exactly.
The charts and all that stuff, we're not gonna put that in the ordinance.
No,
We can do all that stuff.
Okay, okay.
If that's your recommendation, well, but we don't even have we don't have a whole motion yet.
Well, no. Can we have modify this before we go to a full motion?
Well, I'll second that addition to this ordinance.
I don't want to see that possible amendment closed, because I'd like to see what Scott recommended, sunset at the end of the rate increase. So there's no, when the rate's done, that motion's done, so that's what we're starting over.
Well, let me say my intention is that, and if I've had discussions with him and with Mitch, was that at the end of the 5 years, we will have enough rates coming in that we can continue at least for another 5 years with a proposed percentage to continue to go into that reserve fund and not into the general fund.
I think at the end of the 5 years, it should be revisited.
I think that might have been one of our problems from previous boards, is that if it's not continuous into the future, for as long as we can see it, that's always going to be there. That 50-year mark, or 40-year mark, or 30-year mark at the end of the life of that asset is always gonna be there. And that will help to not just have a 5-year reserve to pay for the next 2 years, but have a perpetuity. It's like, I don't wanna see it sunsetted at the end.
I agree with Scott. I've asked the question of staff, that if this continues, we will never have to come back to the ratepayers again for CIP funding. If this is enough money to continue as projects come forward as needed, we'll be able to deal with them. I recognize inflation and everything else takes place, but they seem confident, and I feel good about the concept of never having to come back to the ratepayers. Now, I probably won't be on the board for the next time they have to talk about it, but if we can tie the CIP up and just keep it in place, I'm hopeful that we never have to come back for CIP. Jeff is choking over here because he thinks I'm talking about regular rate increases, but the reality is, I'd like to finish the CIP up and have it forever.
Well, you're not going to be able to do it, you're not going to be able to guarantee forever, but at the end of each 5 years, we can revisit what that percentage might be.
Okay.
I was going to say, I think that if you look at it as a sunsetting possibility, you do two things. Number one, you don't tie the hands of future boards. And everybody knows, we've sat here, we've wondered why boards make the decisions they make. And I think it's kind of opportune to be able to take the opportunity to look at the possibility of revising something if it needs to be revised. And then at that point in time, if there's a certain amount of money that's historically has been dedicated to capital improvement replacement, then we can, or the future board can then take a specific percentage of whatever rates they're talking about at that time and dedicate it exclusively to that. It would be a different kind of configuration, but it wouldn't be tied to this particular rate increase. It would be a percentage of the rates that are being received at that point in time.
I don't discount that at all, Bob, but my biggest concern is I don't want us to paint ourselves into a corner that we can't get out of at some point. And it won't be us, but it'll be another board sitting there going, why in the world do they do these things? And it makes it real important that we look at this closely.
That's exactly my point. Well, I did some calculations, and just looking at these proposed rates and looking at the possibility of O&M going up at 3% a year. Right now, I'm told that we won't have any increase for next year. That the percentage using these proposed rates would be 25% in 14-15, 28% in 15-16, 32% in 16-17, 37% in 17-18, 35% in 18-19, and then it can drop down to 32 to 34% for the next 5 years, which, if need be, we can change, but it's going to be there. It's going to be up to us to come to bring in a public hearing to increase or decrease that, but it's not just going to go away.
I think we need to focus also is we can only do 5 years. This is a 5-year rate increase. What happens after that 5 years is kind of out of our control. It's a matter of, that's the limit, I believe, is 5 years.
As a matter of practicality, what you do today, at least in the framework that you currently have it, will be a blank page in 5 years. And so you ultimately get the sunset provision, whether or not you try to put some value towards it to the future so that future boards can at least understand the intent. That's a different piece. The 5 years is in fact the longest period of time in which you can establish rates for now.
Again, I don't know why we would consider, if our whole goal is to try to rectify, the years of not setting aside a specific fund for these capital projects, why would we want to say, well, in 5 years we'll look at it again? Why don't we just keep it there? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me that we would say, here's another opportunity for you to do something different. I mean, we've got 60 years of history here where there hasn't been enough money collected for this stuff. Why give a future board the opportunity to change it? I mean, they have the opportunity if they hold a public hearing, but I want to give them a date where they get to take a crack at it. I mean, it seems like we're counterproductive to everything that's been told to us, by the public. Like, look, we want to have a reliable source for the future, and we're saying is, oh, in 5 years, well, let's take another look at it. I don't want to do that.
That's really what we're gonna do, regardless.
But I don't see any reason to have an anniversary and then have a vote to see if it was still a good idea. I think it's a good idea now, and it will be a good idea in 5 years. And I don't want to give a future board, I don't care about tying the future board's hand. I mean, it seems like.
You don't plan to be there?
Huh?
You don't plan to be there? I don't like the word sunset.
Pardon?
I don't like the word sunset.
Well, I happen to, because I'm just the opposite of Jeff in this one. I really don't think that we should consider tying the hands of future boards. Because it's
We've been, one of the main questions that I've heard at every town hall meeting, and it was one of the questions that Mr. Meyer put on his slide. It was, I think it was the second question that, in summarizing all questions that we've been receiving over this 45-day period, is why did you wait so long to set aside money for capital improvement? And so, and now if we decide to do that, we are tying future boards' hands, and they have to do a 4/5 vote to get that changed. And that's why I'm not in favor of a sunset.
This might even go to the issue of transparency. 4 or 5 years from now, there might be a whole different set of attitudes that need to be addressed. And if we don't have a chance, if the people don't have a chance to bring it up, then it's not going to get discussed.
I think that they're going to bring it up anyway, Bob, because this is only 5 years. That's all we can do is 5 years.
I know that.
Well, I tend to think we could put in this ordinance, it is intention to maintain a budget item for expansion, and so that it's incumbent upon the board, if they feel that it needs to be changed, to address that at that time.
An ongoing reserve fund for capital improvement and replacement, a dedicated reserve fund for capital improvement and replacement.
And I think that what it does is it sets an example for a future board to follow.
I disagree with that.
The future board will follow. It will become a board policy that we will have an unrestricted or a restricted fund specifically for that. And it will be up to them, and the public will hold them accountable to fund it. And I think one thing we're talking about setting aside. We're not setting aside any money. We're spending money. I hope people don't think that it's going to accumulate into some big old wad of cash. It isn't. It's going to get spent. I mean, that's the whole point. The sooner the better.
I'd like to move forward with a motion. Appropriate time.
Go ahead, bring it up. We'll see if we get a second.
Okay, I'd like to present a motion to include in this proposed ordinance in section 2 that there be assurance that all funds from the increase, from this rate increase, will be used solely for CIP projects or for CIP, and there be a 4/5 vote to change this in the future.
There's a wording on there.
The clarification I would want, one of the things is you're saying the increase above our current rate, so whatever's above our current rate, you're not going to take the full 60.
Right. The amount of the increase above the current, prior to September 1, the increase after each September 1 of each year going forward be used solely for.
There are still people
I'll second that.
outside that want to hear.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Matt, would you recap that modification for us?
Just give them a minute between Matt and Mona, we'll make sure we get these
Can
words exactly
I
right.
just have just a point of order? Now, we're not voting on a rate increase. We're voting on an amendment to this ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. In the end, we may or may not have a full ordinance vote on
Okay, so
changing it.
You'll have an ordinance, but you may or may not have the dollars to back it up.
That doesn't usually work very well. We've got a motion in a second. We're waiting for a clarification right now between Mona and Matt. Can you give us a minute, please? Can I go ahead and make some comments that I wrote down? Good, let's go at the time. Okay, fine. One thing I'd like to follow up with is to examine the possibility of what can be done to provide some relief for low-income ratepayers. I think the last time we went into a rate increase, I went before the Board of Supervisors and asked them to consider forming a committee to address the possibility of creating a safety net, and it didn't go anywhere. So we have a different board now, and I would like to be able to carry this one forward to the Board of Supervisors again to establish a blue room committee to address this possibility, but make it inclusive of other water and wastewater districts as well as interested citizens. So that's one suggestion I have. Another one is if this rate increase passes, I would like to have a finance committee meeting where we would be able to look at the numbers and possibly consider a revision of the rate, a revision of the rate percentage that might lessen the impact, but the critical thing is that it needs to meet our CIP and replacement needs over this 5-year period of time. And we've already approved amendment to the ordinance, and we'll also, was it 4/5 in that amendment? Okay. And additionally, I'd like to provide, consider provision of some relief from late fees for a specified period of time while this rate increase goes into effect, because I know it's going to impact a lot of people, and I'd like to have that as a possible consideration. I agree with Don. I think we need to have an ongoing list of projects with timelines and expenditures, identifying what's being funded from rates and what's being funded from borrowed money. It was suggested that we, in the interest of transparency, make our meetings more readily available, and I would suggest that we consider possibly having CCTV televise our meetings. It made additional cost of district around $100 to $150 per meeting, but it would address the possibility of addressing some of these transparency issues that people have.
Just a 30-second thing. There's services now where you can webcast it, which is they would probably be less than the $150 per meeting and almost become rather automated. Many cities and counties now are just doing basically a standard, like a webcam setup for a nominal fee, and that way people can watch them instantly and live. You know, they can actually have a live. I'm just saying it. Just another option. It may actually be cheaper than PATV.
What I'd like to do, John, is get with me if you have the time. I know you're very, very busy, and steer me where I should start looking for information on that.
I'll do a little.
We have the necessary information on it, revisions to the website, and being able to handle the media on it. John is correct, and I appreciate that he'll help coach me to get through this thing.
Okay. My grandkids tell me that I'm Paleolithic, and so I'm not up on any of this stuff. So. All right.
So do we have anything?
Yeah.
I would like.
Let me give Don another minute or so. Go ahead, Don.
Bob. I want to confuse it. He's the one in the brown shirt and the red shirt.
Wait a minute. I thought you took confused up.
Because we're sitting on either side of the street. Now, I just wanted to mention, I really appreciate the fact that we had two supervisors here today. I think that anything that happens in the future is going to have to happen with complete cooperation of all the public agencies in this county. If we don't do it, it's like they said, you're going to hang separately or hang together. And I think that's something we really need to consider doing
And finally, on behalf of the board, and this may sound like board director's comments, you know, you hear the stories about kicking the can down the road. You talk about, you know, systemic issues and things like that. Well, at some point in time, the buck had to stop, and it stopped with us. And I commend my fellow directors for the interest that they've taken and the commitment they've made to address this thing and see it through. And whatever the outcome is for our own personal futures, I believe any decision we make today is in the best interest of not just in the short term, but also in the long term. So, okay, and Mona, is you or Matt going to read us the revision to this? Okay.
This is why nobody comes to our meetings.
President Dooley, can I ask a point of order question? Are we now getting ready to vote on the actual? Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Prior to that, I had some specific things that I was hoping you would address, specifically numbers. Are you going to do that beforehand? Because they look pretty significant.
Well, let me think on that a second. Right now, we're going to vote on some wording on how this ordinance is going to be altered.
Right, I get that. I understand that now. I just wanted to know if you were going to address some specific numbers.
I'm trying to see a way not to do it, but I'll probably have to do it.
Well, not you particularly, but I mean, you have your finance people.
The proposed language would read as follows.
Microphone.
Would read that any rate increase above the current rates of today, I guess July 10th, 2013, must be placed in a restricted separate fund to use for the renovation and replacement of the district's existing capital infrastructure. Funds can only be removed and used for other purposes with a 4/5 vote of the full board.
Okay, we need to include in there funds for financing of funds we borrow. For paying back. So we're not going to borrow any money.
No, not from that.
Question would be, what are you gonna do with the money you make off of those things? What do you think you spend it all on?
That's not how your motion is.
If you go back to the presentation, you'll remember that he talked about pay-as-you-go and funding. We're borrowing a chunk of money to get started like next week. We have to pay that money back out of this. Otherwise, we sit here and wait for a year or two to accumulate enough money to start projects. That is not the way to do it. So part of this is we're borrowing enough money to get started, and it's a short-term loan. We're talking about 7 years. And that was part of the presentation.
Let's have a board discussion here, you guys, come on.
All right. Okay. Any other discussion?
Well, I just want to say now, voting on this other thing, you're right, it is appropriate, because we are talking about some short-term debt. Or I assume we're talking about is debt. Whether it's long-term or short-term, I assume that we'll make that decision based on what rate or what deal we can get that's in the best interest of the district.
But it would be project by project as we come in for approval, to expend those funds and the funding that we have to go with this.
Because as time goes on, debt will probably become less attractive, and then maybe it will be time for us to save up for certain projects.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The ordinance as it's proposed has debt only in the first 2 years. Correct?
The plan to support that right now is based upon 2 years worth of debt. I think you're almost getting wrapped up about the wrong issue here. To pay back a little bit of debt within this capital fund is still spending on your capital program.
it's an additional cost.
It's just additional cost.
It's fine. Well, that brings me back to the original question, do we need to include that in what we said, or no?
I don't think you need to include it because you're going to approve a project by project and the expenditures that go with it or the funding plan that goes with it. May or may not include that depending on what we're doing.
There we have a motion and a second. I'd like to have, let's just do a roll call vote, just so there's no confusion.
Director Davidson?
Yes.
Director Stump?
Yes.
Director Dean?
Yes.
Director Ratterman?
Yes.
And President Dooley?
Yes.
Okay, I have some stuff I'd like to discuss, and bear with me because it's going to take me some time. But in the past month or so of going through the public and several years before that, with staff, there's two things that I think are pretty obvious. One is that the district has a lot of infrastructure needs that need to be funded. Some of them are critical. I saw one of them firsthand in that was passed, and it was no joking matter. It's a dangerous situation, and it's going to end up costing the district quite a bit of money. We have to repair that line. We have to do the projects like in Copperopolis, those lift stations. If we let them fail, we will fix them and pay a fine. And the fines are staggering. It wasn't really talked about today, the fine structure of California, but it is significant. It could be a multi-million-dollar fine, and we still have to fix it. That being said, I agree with some of the comments today that, boy, it's a lot of money. It's too much money for the public to bear. I think that that's pretty clear. I think that there is the entire state is in denial about the cost of water and sewer. I think that people might want to go back to their communities and take a look at some of these other districts and find out how much money they've been saving to fix their infrastructure, Valley Springs or any of these other areas. I guarantee the answer is not much, if any. However, I'm not willing to accept this entire rate structure, and I'm going to make that motion. But I have a lot of questions about what it'll do to our debt service, which projects that we would prioritize under a scenario. So I'm basically throwing a number out there because I don't necessarily have the expertise to do the math. But this is my proposal. On the water rate, I propose that we adopt the first 3-year changes and we leave it flat for 2016 and 2017. On the sewer, I propose that we accept the first 2 years of increases and the third year, September 1st, 2015, we cap it at $90. And then the other 2 years would stay flat at $90. That's my proposal. Now my question is, what will that do to our debt service ratio? Because I do think we need to get our debt service ratio up. I do think it's important to borrow and build some of these projects as quickly as we can while interest and construction costs are still relatively low. I think that they're on the upward swing. So I have a lot of questions with that proposal, but that's my proposal.
So that was not just a proposal, that was a motion.
That's a motion.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I got a comment on it. I came to this board meeting this morning and what I heard here today, a very large increase, and the word compromise was bantered about. I grasped it. There does need to be a compromise, and I agree with Director Davidson. My idea was, I know we didn't talk, my idea was almost exactly the same, but it was to take the first 3 years and do away with the 4th and 5th year increase on both water and wastewater. And so that was the only, and with that minor change, and it would be an increase to, instead of 90, up to 95, Director Davidson is suggesting to go from $86 to $90 instead of from 86 to 95, starting September 1st, 2015. It almost hits the nail on the head of what I came here to talk about after hearing it from our town, from our the people all around the county at our town hall meetings, and again here today. I would gladly second that motion.
Now, where did I just hear?
We have a motion. And now we may have comments.
Well, they came up with a similar but different comment.
He seconded what's here.
But now you seconded what he just said. Okay.
I just basically got
All right.
a long way around to saying that I was very, very similar with my idea.
Okay.
And I don't think it needed changing it, that minor for that, the $4 that we're talking about in that 1 month in 2015.
Comments?
Bob has a significant comment. I suggested, when I was talking, I don't think everybody was paying attention, that we have a finance committee meeting where we look at the possibility of revising some of the percentages that we're talking about, but it has to be done in the context of what our capital needs are, our capital replacement needs are. And I'm not willing to vote for something that ties us into a specific structure without having that information. I'm certainly happy to explore it, crunch the numbers, bring them back to the board for further discussion and voting, but I think this motion and second is way premature, so I oppose it.
This is really painful for everybody we've heard from. It's painful for the board. This is not an easy process. One of the things in going to all of the meetings that I've been hearing is, yeah, this is necessary, but you should have done it 20 years ago. You wish you wouldn't do it, but nobody stands up and says, you really don't need to replace any of the infrastructure. Everybody recognizes that this is a huge issue. You guys understand it. You watch the presentations, you ask the questions. This is really a big deal. I can't stress that enough. It would have been a big deal 10 or 20 years ago, but right now we've come to the critical stage of things. And I'm like Bob, I have to commend my fellow board members for taking this on, because this is not an easy process. We've been playing this game for almost a year now, multiple meetings, and we're crystal clear how critical it is. And we've been trying to get that message across to you guys so that you understand it too. And I think you do. The trust issue, I'm not going to disagree with you. When I started doing my due diligence 5 years ago before coming on the board, I asked the question, how much money does CCWD put aside in order to replace infrastructure? The answer from staff was zero. I was completely blown away. I said, well, these are smart people. They know how this works. Why would they do something like that? And they said, well, politically it's suicide. No boards up here want to increase the rate so high that they take care of the infrastructure in the future. I get that. This isn't fun. If we're going to do anything less than what staff says, I just want everybody in the room to be crystal clear that that doesn't eliminate the need out there. We may not get to things as fast as we want to. We may not be able to take care of some of the critical stuff that needs to be done real quick, but the reality is there's a price to pay for that. And if the board determines that we're going to take this route, I just want everyone in the room to be real clear that this is not as big as what we expected, but there is a risk involved in this. So I'm willing to support these guys because I feel it's real important that we get something that's real positive for the community, and I think this is. And I know you guys are not going to be happy, and to be honest, I don't want to pay any more of my CCWD bill getting bigger either. So I sympathize, and all the people I've talked to in the past 6 months, they didn't know how I feel. So shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
Well, I don't understand where you stand.
I said I support
the motion.
Yes.
Let me reiterate, I don't care if this passes today, but something we have to go forward with something. I don't think the community is prepared for the whole proposal. I do think the whole proposal is the cheapest path because it funds almost everything in cash. But I recognize that where we are in our economy as much as anybody, I mean, we all recognize what's going on in our Calvert County economy. But I feel, I mean, I honestly don't even really want this to pass necessarily until we vet it at those dollar figures. And I wish staff had given us other alternatives, but I recognize why they didn't. They wanted us to see, they put together the cheapest path. And so I totally recognize that by funding this at a lower level, basically I think half of what's being proposed, or pretty close to it. But we're going to pay more in the future. I think everyone needs to understand that. It's going to cost us more in the future. But I also recognize everyone kind of understands it's like, well, we may not even be able to afford what you're proposing, even though it's fast. So there's no, you know, I'm trying to be transparent here. It's going to cost more if we do it this way. But with all the impacts to our economy and to the population, I think it's the proper thing to do at this time. We could really, I mean, Calvert County has enough obstacles. We don't need to become a bigger one than we already are. And because I want the Calvert County to grow. And I think growing is the only way we grow out of this problem. All those no growthers out there that are recognized, fewer people paying toward a nickel of the general manager's salary means that you're paying more than a nickel. You know, so I just think that, but so I have no problem if it's the will of the board. I'll pass this or I'll table it based on getting the questions answered, because I want to know what debt ratio service. I want to know which projects that we'll prioritize. I'd like to know that. And if they can answer me today, then I'll move forward.
I personally don't think it can be answered today, but I think it's appropriate for us to look at possible revision, and I think we need to do it in the context of having a sufficient amount of information to make the right decision. I don't want to run forward with this thing and make the decision now without really seeing the numbers and what our infrastructure needs are and how to prioritize. I would take a reason. I mean, I'm not opposed to your motion as a concept. I am opposed to the specified numbers until we've had a chance to really spend some time looking at it. And if tabling it and bringing it back afterwards.
We do have a motion in a second.
Well, the question is, if we don't pass something today, does it go back to square one? You've got to start all over, way back to the start of 2018.
No. Another thing that we really need to look at is this is all speculation. I mean, in 2007, we've talked a lot about what happened in 2007 and there's no crystal ball. You can't look forward. You got to look back at the 5 years and project forward using some form of historical data to go forward. Here we are. The historical data we have is doom and gloom, and we might be on the horizon. We don't know, and this is one of the reasons why I feel comfortable with. I know where we are right now, but I don't know where we're going to be in 3 years. And in 3 years, our investments might be a lot better. We might have a lot more hookups. We might get back to that 200, 400 hookups a year. And I don't think we're going to count on it, but it's possible. There's other things that could happen in these 3 years that may make that point in 2015 a lot prettier. And regardless of what study we do in the next week or two, or what study we've done looking forward already, it's speculation. And I don't think there's anything that's going to be in concrete.
Can I ask you a question? James, go ahead. Jeff, the front loading of this, we were going to borrow based on the first couple of years of this rate increase. We were going to raise our reserves, or raise our receivables up, so we would have a better debt cover ratio. Will my proposal meet that debt cover ratio?
I would say for the first 3 years. After that, I can't speak to that, because what you're proposing is 3 years, right?
No, but I'm saying it's 5 years, but it stops at
year 3.
The value that's posted on year 3 of both.
That's what that would
fulfill the debt coverage ratio because there was no additional debt being accumulated
Right. We would be able to cover it, but that would reduce the amount of money we would have to fund capital projects.
Correct.
And one of the things to keep in mind too is, you're about right, Jeff, you would basically cut your long-term capital funding in half. So from about 12 million, 11.9 down to about 6 million.
But because we're not incurring debt after that third year, it would cover our debt ratio, correct?
Correct. But in talking about that, and you're talking about priorities, remember on the sewer side, you've got that copper plant hanging out there that is about a $4.5 million project. That would eat up just about everything that you would accumulate over that time. So there's, that we could, you know, those are things to keep in mind.
Well, right, and I agree. I think the copper project is the critical project that
Right.
we have to address, because everyone needs to recognize it. If it fails in copper, everybody in Calaveras County who's going to our court gets to pay for it. And hopefully not twice.
So, I'm curious, if we go with Jeff's proposal, you're saying that we're only going to have enough money for the next 3 years to fund the copper plant?
No. What I was saying is, the revenues that you would collect over that 5-year period, what we were projecting was about $11.9 million. We can basically cut that in half.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. It's all
Because you're capping it at $90. Right?
All front loaded, and you got both wires.
Well, I'm talking about, please let me finish. What I'm talking about there is on the revenue side, you're basically cutting your revenue increase pretty much in half over the 5 years. I'm trying to compare the 5 years to the 5 years. So you would have that amount of money, plus you would have issuing the debt of about I think it was about 2.3 million that we were looking for. Let me check my notes here.
While you're doing that, I just want to, maybe we can change the name to the Director Radaman plan.
It's like a bill in legislature, never known as a rabbit.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff, you're the one.
That's okay.
While Jeff works those numbers out, I want to go back to Director Dean's comment a little bit. Okay. There's a couple issues that come up in terms of if you wanted to discuss this further on, the process would be to continue the board discussion related to the motion. You couldn't go out and take additional public comment or anything else. You would just be continuing that process. You could not convene a finance committee meeting in between in order to bring back any further dialogue related to the matter. But it could be continued so that Jeff Meyer and I are scrambling on numbers to give you absolutes. If that's where it was deemed necessary.
When could we have that information to be prepared to have a meeting? 'Cause I don't think anybody wants to see us debate this for a couple months. I mean, I think we need to do something in a couple weeks.
We could generate this meeting, or the information here probably within a day or two. I think we just have to look at part of the list and see, go back to the consultant and see where the debt was, for which year, for which projects.
Isn't this really a 3-year rate plan then?
Well, it could be looked at as a 3-year rate plan, but I think the goal here was to give certainty for 5 years to the ratepayers, so they understand that this is established for 5 years and they have that certainty that by paying up front and seeing the projects in play and actually seeing the construction in the street gives us credibility, transparency, and then allows them to be comfortable when we hit that 5-year mark.
Well, that's part of the back page of what I wrote down here that I think I heard. And, you know, it's I think the public needs to know there's a realization that there's going to be more cost in the future. It's just, you can't, there's no place you can move that isn't going to be that way. But I think too, we need to, I would like to see the project, the priority list developed for the rate plan that Scott has proposed.
Get away with that, Scott.
But I think, but as far as we get back to the transparency, I don't know that this seems to be part of our motion or anything, but what I do think we need to do is track the bids and the cost and the progress online for the public of those projects over the course of this time. So there is, so we can develop that trust again, or perhaps not, but it'd certainly be our intention to develop that trust for the community that, look, these are the projects we did, this is the money we said we needed for them, this is how it went down, and okay, now it's next round. And I think over that time frame, I think it's important, and this is one of my concerns. I mean, something could break tomorrow that we didn't anticipate breaking. So we have to have something in there that is not so, there has to be a little bit of room when some, $500,000 generator or something, we can replace that. So I don't want it to be, crazy project specific. I want to make sure we have our priorities, and then we have the priority list, knowing that something could break that we don't know about.
Get your project plan. Again, I would caution you, there's several pieces here. Those that are regulatory are still going to be regulatory, and you can only hold them out for so long. Those that become driven by a large accident could also really waylay your plan. So again, while we're trying to give 5 years of certainty, the predictability out that far really becomes grayer and grayer.
No, I recognize that's why the farther you plan in the future, the less likely you're going to be correct.
I appreciate Scott's statement in terms of we have no crystal ball. We recognize exactly the condition of our projects. We know that they need to be done. But I'm real anxious to be crystal clear in terms of that, after that third year, what we're going to say to these people. Because if things turn bad, and we have to come back to them, this isn't going to be pretty. They're not going to be happy with this. This is something that I really look forward to.
That's why the project scorecard that's posted publicly on the web, and any other place we have it posted, is an appropriate tool.
By postponing this for a week, we have a meeting a week from now.
As the word you believe you're using is continuing.
Okay. We're going to catch hell from the people that want to come back and can't. And I expect that a lot of people here today really don't want to come back. And
I think they'd rather come back than have us pass the whole 9 yards.
Hey!
All right.
And the other thing is, if we pass the first 3 years of increase for water and only the first 2 years for wastewater, that was your motion?
That is the correct motion.
No.
My proposal was the first 3 years of the base rate water charges, and the tiered structure. And then for sewer, it was except September 1, 2013, September 1, 2014, and then on September 2015, we go to $90.
And that's capped at 90 for the remaining.
And then the next 2 years, it will be $90 each year.
So, but now to clarify this will still be a 5-year budget, not a 3-year budget.
Correct.
So it would be, everything else that we've discussed was there. Now, did you understand it was 3-year on the wastewater?
Right, and yes.
No, it's
I
5 years.
always get it.
5 years,
It's
Dennis.
a five-year rate plan, it's just there's no increase after the first, after the period of time.
Third year.
Okay, but the third year is not the full increase, you're going to cap it at 90 because, all right, 77, 80.
And I'm not in favor of continuing this, going back to a future meeting and studying this further. That list is gonna be there, and like we all know, tomorrow, that list could change, and the next day it could change again. And and these are all the uncertainties. The income side can change and probably will change. Probably one thing we can guarantee ourselves is there will be change, and what we're planning to do here, in the order we put this in, is gonna be this. It's gonna be those plus others, and some of them are gonna move to the top. So it doesn't, I mean, taking this another week and studying that, putting those in the right order, and then trying to look forward for where other money might come from is one con.
My big issue was the debt service, and that's been answered.
Okay.
Call for the question, Dennis.
Okay, now before we do that, was there a second motion about tabling this? Or
There was no motion to table.
There was no motion.
All right. Well, we have a motion and a second. Mona, would you please call the roll?
Director Davidson?
We're all clear on what we're voting for, right?
You did the numbers, it's Jeff's plan.
Jeff's proposal.
You gonna read them again? Scott, can I have your notes? Again, what my proposal was to adopt the rate structure for the first 3 years on water, and then it would be the same as the third year, the fourth and fifth year in water. And then for sewer,
That'd be 90% then of the original proposal. Just to go back to his, he was talking 50%, but that was only on the sewer side. It'd be 90+%.
Water's first year increase is 25%, second year increase is 15%, third year increase is 9%. And on the water side, there was an 8% proposed, and as part of the ordinance is how it's written, that's part of this proposal that's going away, so it's 0 and 0 for both the last 2 years.
92% is what I said.
Okay.
regardless, that's a proposal. And on the sewer side, it was the 2013, 2014 capped at 2015 at $90, which would stay the same in 2016 and 2017.
And 2018.
That stays.
So there's 2018 on this schedule.
All right.
That's your spreadsheet, guys.
So what you're saying is.
My vote is yes.
Director Stump?
Yes.
Director Dean?
No.
Director Ratterman?
Yes.
President Dooley?
Yes. We'll find out if we can live with this.
We can live with it, I guarantee you. You need that.
Rome was built faster.
It did.
I thought we just voted on the proposal.
That was the rate
We can
increase.
vote again if you want.
Excuse me, Chairman. Thank you very much. You showed compassion and caring. Thank you. It's still gonna hurt. I was under the impression you weren't voting.
Remember, it's a Davidson plan.
It's just a ridiculous. Well, I didn't think that at all. I thought we were voting on the revision and then we were gonna vote on the rating.
No,
I have no problem with you voting if it's not, I was under the assumption that the original amendment was to this base, and then I was proposing not amendment, but the full proposal with his amendment.
See, I misunderstood that, because I
If there's any question, I just say
I didn't agree, well, the point is, I didn't agree with, yeah, I didn't agree with your revision, but I do agree with the rating increase.
Let's vote in its entirety.
How do we do that?
If there's any question, I would say we just redo it.
So, what was laid out with the revision was.
Already posted. It's in the wild.
But it includes the amendment that we voted on.
The amendment we voted on earlier is already in there.
Yes.
Okay. Can we revote, since we have a director that said he didn't understand it and wanted to change his vote?
Unless he wants to be
I
number 4.
think I can request it since I was the negative vote. I want to make sure we can do that. We may not be able to.
Wow. The reason for doing it is
Mona, why don't you just pick with a check?
asterisks.
Just OTL, out the one.
Yes, let him go present. Seems to work for Congress.
So is there a necessity to do this, guys?
Doesn't change the
It
outcome.
doesn't matter.
Sir, I don't think you really can. All right, don't get yourself entangled in another.
Okay, it's going to be messy. It's messy already. Okay, I'm going to go to this ends the rate hearing. The last part of this is not going to take long, but if anybody wants to leave, go ahead, but I'd like to see you stay.
Can you just explain briefly what just happened?
Oh,
good.
That's Bob.
No,
No, I mean about the festival.
what Bob Dean thought he was voting on was an amendment, not the final deal. He was against the amendment, but if that had passed 4-1, then he would have supported the passage of it, of the deal. So it would have been a 5-0 instead of a 4-1. But it doesn't change anything, but it's kind of messy to go back and change it at this point. Not that everything else hasn't been messy. Okay, I want to go for board reports, information, future agenda items. Anything? Yep. Nothing. John?
Nothing.
Tom? Scott?
Nothing.
Okay, what are we gonna have on next week's meeting? Are we gonna bring this back? No, that's right, we passed this, okay. Okay, then, the next meeting will be 1 week from today. It's almost only 6 days from now. It'll be, we're gonna have that one here at this location also. And then after that, more than likely, it'll be up at the new location.
Correct. Mr. President, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
If I want an item put on the next agenda, who do I see?
Send a letter to Mitch,
Mr. Dion?
and, unless he has a reason for not putting it on, then it'll be up to him, and if you don't like his decision, you can appeal to the board.
Often with things that come from citizens, I'll route them to the committee first.
It's just concerning the balance going out in the bill.
We can tell you that answer here in a moment if you'd like, but generally when items that come from the citizenry, I'll take it to the committee first and let the committee hash it out.
Okay. All right, in that case, meeting is adjourned.